Our K-9 veterans have served our country with loyalty and bravery. Today, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized without objection and is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember the life, the legacy, and the leadership of the legendary Hazel Dukes. Dr. Dukes was a New York icon, a remarkable role model, and an American hero who helped to breathe life into the principles of liberty and justice for all and equal protection under the law. As an iconic president of the NAACP and the leader of our New York chapter for decades, Dr. Dukes was a fierce civil rights champion, a defender of democracy, and a powerful voice for the voiceless. She never hesitated to speak truth to power and always fought for a nation designed to be the best version of herself. The lasting impact of Dr. Dukes will be felt for decades to come, including through her work to launch the Head Start program nationally and her continued support for children and families all across the United States of America, fighting to make sure that every single child had access to a high-quality education so they could experience the American dream. I pray for Hazel's son, Ronald, the entire Dukes family, and all who loved her. May she forever rest in peace. God bless Hazel Dukes, God bless New York, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer a warning to college basketball teams across our country. The Panthers are coming. For the first time in history, the High Point University men's and women's basketball teams have both punched their tickets to the March Madness tournament. The men's team clinched their spot with a Sunday night victory over Winthrop, coming back from a 15-point deficit. The women's team punched their ticket by winning the Big South tournament against Longwood University. Together, these teams have made history, and they're not stopping now. So to anyone unfortunate enough to be facing the Panthers later this month, good luck, you're going to need it. And to both teams, Guilford County and the entire 6th District of North Carolina are with you. Remember your values: God, family, and country. Let's choose to be extraordinary and bring it home. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you for that warning to the member from North Carolina. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Reverend Phil Lawson, a civil rights leader, pastor, a tireless advocate for social justice, a mentor, and a friend. From a young age, Reverend Lawson committed himself to faith and peace, studying nonviolent direct action under the leadership of Bayard Rustin. He emerged as a powerful voice for civil rights, participating in events like the historic 1965 Selma to Montgomery marches alongside his friend, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. After leading a Methodist parish in Kansas City, Reverend Lawson took a job with the city of Berkeley, California. He later served in roles of 2 local Methodist parishes before being appointed to lead the Easter Hill United Methodist Church in Richmond, California. His work on social justice issues earned him recognition as the Contra Costa County Humanitarian of the Year in 2003. After a distinguished life of service, Reverend Lawson passed away earlier this year at the age of 92. He will be remembered for his outstanding character, his deep impact to this country and to our community in California. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Reverend Phil Lawson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, seeking to ask for the Senate to address the House will rise to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Per the continuing resolution, one of the good aspects is that is for California and nationally, for those that like California-grown food, is a portion that will be in there for, under the WIN Act, under Bureau of Reclamation, funding for water projects in California, mainly the Sites Reservoir. What you see here is the Shasta Reservoir and all that water going over that's actually going nowhere except for out to the Pacific Ocean. Sites Reservoir's existence will mean we'll have the ability to impound up to 1.5 million acre-feet of saved water that the whole state can use instead of being lost. We've lost so much water this year due to, I think, not great management of that resource. At least 800,000 acre-feet, many up to 2 million acre-feet have been lost just from Lake Shasta, down the river, out to the ocean. So this funding here will help build a good project that will help California's water supply go much farther than what we see happening right now. We see farms being cut to 35% of their allocation. We see people in the urban areas being cut to 42 gallons per day because we can't manage this water supply. Build the storage, manage the water better, and we'll get a lot more wins. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 moment and revise and extend my comments.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of the National Park Service, whose payroll and costs may be cut up to 30% by the administration in the coming weeks. For over a century, the National Park Service has protected and preserved the stunning beauty of our country for all Americans. And these parks have further generated tens of billions of dollars for our local economies. My district is the 6th District of Maryland, and we're home to 7 national parks, including Antietam and the C&O Canal, which has over 4 million visitors annually. This supports thousands of jobs, hotels, and restaurants. Cuts to the National Park Service just don't hurt its employees, like my constituent Carrie Schmidt, who was laid off by the Catoctin Mountain Park 2 weeks ago. They also hurt the millions of small businesses who depend on our parks to keep the lights on. And equally important, our future generations, who, like my first grandbaby, 7-week-old Charlie, deserves to see the beauty and the grandeur of our geography. We must protect our parks and the dedicated public servants who take care of them. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commend President Trump for his position that the United States Steel Corporation must remain an American company. Steel is foundational to our nation's economic and national security. We must maintain a strong domestic steel industry. United States Steel was once the largest steel producer in the world, a symbol of global competitiveness, but over decades it was weakened by an onslaught of subsidized steel dumped from overseas. Instead of auctioning off critical manufacturing assets to the highest foreign bidder, President Trump is focused on policies to ensure our American steel industry stays resilient. This is not about being anti-Japan or any other nation, but about being pro-America and protecting our economic future and our national security. We shouldn't sell out our workers or our future to foreign corporations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Speaker, requesting unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Bob Christensen, a resident of a local nursing home in Bloomington, Minnesota. Bob is 85 years old. He bravely served our country in the U.S. Marine Reserve, and he, like millions of seniors across the country, gets his nursing home coverage through Medicaid. When I met Bob, he said he would not be here today were it not for Medicaid. But now congressional Republicans are proposing to gut Medicaid in order to pay for tax cuts for billionaires, which would mean less access to services, less access to care, and worse quality of life for seniors everywhere. Bob told me he is fighting this proposed budget with all the effort he can muster, calling his representatives, joining local organizations, and going to protests, all at 85 years old. It shouldn't be this way. Bob should not have to be spending his days protesting just to get the health care and nursing home coverage he needs. Remember, 62% of all nursing home residents in the United States are covered by Medicaid. We cannot put our seniors' care on the chopping block to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. I implore my Republican colleagues to work with us on a budget that will give our seniors the care they need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a towering figure in the fight for justice, civil rights, and equality, Dr. Hazel Dukes, a trailblazer whose impact will be felt for generations to come, a dear friend and mentor. For decades, Dr. Dukes was a force of nature, dedicating her life to the advancement of people of color and all Americans in the unyielding pursuit of social and economic justice. As the longtime president of the NAACP New York State Conference, she led with extraordinary courage, wisdom, and an unwavering commitment to the cause of equality. From 1990 to 1992, she carried that leadership to the national stage as president of the NAACP, steering the organization through a pivotal era in the ongoing struggle for civil rights. She was not just an advocate, she was a warrior, fighting on the front lines for fairness, dignity, and opportunity for all. From her early days pushing for desegregation to her tireless work empowering marginalized communities, Dr. Dukes was a guiding light, illuminating the path toward justice for countless Americans. Her influence extended far beyond the NAACP. She shaped policy, broke down barriers, and lifted up those who too often had been left behind. She never wavered, never backed down, and never stopped believing in the power of collective action to change the world. New York and our entire nation are stronger because of her relentless dedication to equality and fairness. Her legacy is one of courage, resilience, and an unshakable belief in what is right. Let us honor her memory not just with words, but with action, by continuing her fight and working toward a future where justice is not just an aspiration, but a reality for all. May Dr. Hazel Dukes rest in peace and power. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Empire State seek recognition?
Address the floor for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am deeply saddened today for the passing of Dr. Hazel Dukes. We called her Ma Dukes. Her lifelong commitment to equality, from breaking racial barriers in New York to leading the NAACP at the national and state levels, has left an indelible mark on our society. She was a trailblazer. For many of us, she was our present-day sojourner truth. She was the first black woman employed at the Nassau County Attorney's Office in 1966. Her tireless work for voting rights, fair housing, education, and economic development uplifted countless individuals and communities. Through her leadership and determination, she not only changed policies, but she also inspired generations to continue the fight for justice. While words cannot fully ease the pain of such great loss, I find comfort in the extraordinary legacy that she leaves behind. May her memory continue to inspire us all to carry forward the work she so passionately championed. And as all of us grieve in the state of New York and across America, we find peace in the words of Psalm 34:18. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and save those who are crushed in spirit. May his presence bring strength, wisdom, and healing to all who are mourning the loss of the great Ma Dukes, a woman of warmth, a woman of wisdom, and a woman of unwavering dedication to those she served. Her impact is extended beyond her advocacy. She was a mentor, a friend, and a guiding force to me and so many others. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Like many who have met Dr. Hazel Dukes, you will remember the first time that you meet her, for she is a force and her presence is pronounced. For me, it was at a dinner at the Rome NAACP, Rome, New York, which was an area which was new to me. But when I had a chance to speak with Dr. Dukes, she was warm and welcoming, held my hands and said to me, "You are on the right side of history, and it is always the right time to do what's right. I'm confident that you'll be successful." And like many words that Dr. Dukes spoke in her lifetime, she was also correct, just, and right. I thank her for her service, her faith in me, and her faith in the American dream and American values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction on the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 211 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 8, House Resolution 211. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 25, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Internal Revenue Service relating to gross proceeds reporting by brokers that regularly provide services effectuating digital asset sales. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 1156, to amend the CARES Act to extend the statute of limitations for fraud under certain unemployment programs and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1968, making further continuing appropriations or other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. Each day for the remainder of the first session of the 119th Congress shall not constitute a calendar day for purposes of Section 202 of the National Emergency Act 50 U.S.C. 1622 with respect to a joint resolution terminating a national emergency declared by the President on February 1, 2025.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are here to debate the rule providing for consideration for H.J. Res. 25, H.R. 1156, and the continuing resolution. The rule provides for H.J. Res. 25 and H.R. 1156 to be considered under a closed rule. 1 hour of debate for each bill shall be equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee for their designees. The rule provides for a motion to recommit for both bills. The rule also provides for H.R. 1968 to be considered under a closed rule. 1 hour of debate shall be equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Appropriations Committee or their designees. The rule provides for one motion to recommit for this bill. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans want to keep America open for business. I would like to believe nobody in this chamber wants a government shutdown. And the bill we are considering today would keep the government fully funded through September 30th. This will ensure that there are no disruptions to veterans' health care services and benefits or to Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. It invests in defense personnel with the largest pay raise for junior enlisted troops in over 40 years. And it includes funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund to treat veterans who have experienced service-related exposure to toxic substances. This bill fully funds the program that provides key nutrition assistance for mothers, infants, and children, and increases funding for the WIC program, and it increases funding for the FAA. There are no poison pills in this bill. It is a clean CR that fully funds the government. And a shutdown would mean small businesses cannot get their federal loans, national parks would close, and assistance programs for family would quickly run out. There's nothing controversial in here for my Democrat colleagues to vote against, but I am certain many of them will. You see, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have taken to fear-mongering. They are okay with the chaos of a government shutdown because they cannot see past their blind hatred of President Trump. We are also here today to discuss legislation to repeal a misguided Biden rule that requires decentralization finance platforms to file a Form 1099-DA. This would include disclosing taxpayer information and transaction details these platforms currently do not collect. This rule demonstrates a lack of understanding about how decentralized currencies and their platforms they are traded on actually work. Misguided policies like this need to be repealed, and that is what the CRA will do. Finally, we're here to debate the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act, which was introduced by the Ways and Means Chairman, Mr. Jason Smith, to extend the statute of limitations for prosecuting unemployment insurance fraud that took place under the CARES Act. Currently, the statute of limitations is 5 years, which means many of these would expire at the end of this month. Unfortunately, we saw a wide range of fraud and abuse take place in this federally funded unemployment insurance program, and more time is needed to root it all out. This bill, which extends the statute of limitations to 10 years, is a clear example of the House's commitment to removing waste, fraud, and abuse from the federal government. Anyone who is serious about protecting taxpayer dollars should agree that simply giving law enforcement the ability to continue to investigate and prosecute fraudsters is a common sense proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Minnesota for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak, prices are going up, inflation is up, groceries are up. I saw eggs for $10 recently. Used car prices are up, other than Teslas. Those seem much cheaper these days for some reason. Energy prices are up 25% in the gentlelady's home state of Minnesota. 25% energy price increases for her constituents thanks to Trump's tariffs that she is supporting by bringing this rule to the floor. Boy, I'm just glad she's not my representative. Meanwhile, Elon Musk was on Fox Business this morning. He's not talking about food prices or energy prices. He's talking about how he wants to, quote, eliminate entitlements. This is the guy that calls Social Security a Ponzi scheme, the guy that's laying off people at Social Security offices already. Maybe Elon doesn't know this, but Social Security is not an entitlement. It's a program that people have spent their entire life paying into. Shame on him. Maybe Elon needs to watch the news instead of going on it, because you know what else is going down, Mr. Speaker? Consumer confidence. People are waking up to the fact that Trump's trade war is going to hurt them in their pocketbooks. The stock market is going down. People in this country are starting to panic because their retirement accounts are dropping. Planes are going down. We've had several major accidents, several close calls, and we just learned that Elon Musk, the guy whose rocket just exploded in midair this weekend, wants to fire air traffic controllers. Make that make sense. And Republicans are doing nothing about any of it. Trump spent 2 minutes in his 2-hour lecture last week talking about lowering prices. 2 minutes. Now Republicans bring to the floor this CR, basically a blank check to Trump and Musk that says, keep doing what you're doing, we're all fine with it. No way, no way. My Republican friends want to pretend like this is a clean CR. It's 99 pages, for God's sake. A CR is pretty simple. The government gets funded at the same levels. Calling this CR clean is laughable. This bill cuts health care for veterans. $23 billion ripped away from veterans exposed to burn pits and Agent Orange. This bill defunds the police. I guess my Republican friends only care about the police when they need their votes, because this CR takes money away from the police. You know what's another word for taking money away? Defunding. This CR helps fire thousands of Social Security workers, forcing seniors to wait longer for their benefits that they have earned. That is what House Republicans are trying to jam through on the floor right now. And the brazenness that Musk and Trump have when going after Social Security takes my breath away. They tried to close down a Social Security office in Chairman Tom Cole's district in Oklahoma. That's nuts. He's one of the most senior Republicans in Congress, a Republican, chairman of the Appropriations Committee, and Elon went after his constituents. Now, Chairman Cole was able to stop it, but what about the rest of the country? God help you if your congressperson doesn't run a powerful committee, because that means there's nothing to stop Elon Musk from coming after your Social Security. And Republicans are really hoping, really hoping I don't bring up this last part. Guess what they tucked into this rule, hoping that nobody would notice? They did this after everyone went home. They slipped in a little clause letting them escape from ever having to debate or vote on Trump's tariffs. Isn't that clever? Trump's trade war will result in one of the largest, if not the largest, tax increase on American families ever. And this rule gives him the ability to do it without a vote in Congress. I get it. They're already hiding from their voters, running away from their own town halls, slipping out the back doors because they're afraid of being held accountable by their own actions. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? People don't send us here to hide. They send us here to fight for them, and they send us here to vote. And Democrats are not going to be complicit in voting to screw over America's veterans. We are not going to be complicit in voting to screw over our senior citizens on Social Security. We're not going to be complicit in taking money away from first responders. And we're sure as hell not going to be silent when it comes to this administration's BS and their corruption. Because what we are going to do is we're going to show up in our communities. We're going to stand up for veterans. We're going to speak up for people on Medicaid and Social Security. And we're going to put up one hell of a fight when it comes to the middle class families who are counting on us to fight for them. I urge a no vote on the disgraceful rule, a no vote on the underlying legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to take a minute just to address one thing out of that entire rant, because it's categorically false. The Community-Oriented Policing Services, COPS, program maintains a consistent level under this CR. The only variation in levels reflect the removal of previously enacted FY24 community project funding allocations, which are separate from the main programming. Claims that the COPS program has been defunded to zero are categorically false. Unlike the Democrats, Republicans remain committed to supporting law enforcement and ensuring public safety. I just wanted to address that one thing, and I would also like to yield as much time as he may consume to my rules colleague from South Carolina.
The gentleman from the Palmetto State is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you so much. You know, it's really laughable, and as the listening audience and those watching on TV, to hear my good friend, Mr. McGovern, talk about defunding the police. They're the party that wanted to defund the police. Their vice presidential candidate put up money to pay the rioters to get out of jail. He talks about the military. We've had 4 years of a Biden administration that ran the military off with the wokeness and DEI. Enrollments are up at record levels. President Trump has been in office now for, what, 49 days? Look what he's done. The fact that he mentioned cutting Social Security. There's nothing about Social Security that's in this bill. He mentions, I guess Will mentioned cutting Medicaid. There's nothing about cutting Medicaid in here. So what they're doing is just using scare tactics, but the American people aren't buying it. They had 4 years to have their way with the government, and look what it brought. High taxes, high gas prices, high egg prices. Why? Why did the 77 million vote them out of office? Because of their policies. And President Trump in 49 days is bringing it back. If they get back in control, the main thing they will try to get a concession on is to defund, they keep saying, the billionaire Elon Musk. I'm sorry, Elon Musk didn't make it from government. He made it from producing a product. And guess what he has had the mind and the genius to find? They support these things that he found in the different agencies, mainly leading off of the USAID. And I want everybody to listen to see if you agree with this. For the taxpayers, what Elon Musk found, $2 billion, which was part of a greenhouse gas emission fund. Guess where it went? Stacey Abrams. Is that where the taxpayers want their money spent? $1 million to Social Security's administration's Gen X initiative marker. Is that where the taxpayers want their money to go? $45 million diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarship in Burma. In Burma. How does that work? 182 million health and human services contracts, including 168,000 for an Anthony Fauci exhibit at the NIH. Folks, this would be funny if it wasn't so serious. $2.5 million to promote inclusion in Vietnam. I'm not going to waste the time, but this is just a short list of how this president under Elon Musk is identifying waste, fraud, and abuse. And to all the things that you're saying are just not true. I sat through this. You mentioned this was like needles in your eyes. Hearing you say these things is worse than that because it's just untrue. What this bill does, it extends the funding, and I'm typically not for CRs. There's no way to do business. But it extends funding with fixed spending of 2024 levels. It includes anomalies requested by the Trump administration to support immigration enforcement efforts, to deport criminals. Their party was the one that opened the gates to America. How's that working out? How about the deaths? And we had the mothers and fathers in this audience. Guess who didn't stand? Anybody in your party. No one didn't have the decency to stand up for the little boy with cancer who wanted to be a police officer. These total anomalies, which increase defense discretionary spending by $6 billion, it cuts non-defense discretionary spending by $13 billion. It reduces the overall federal spending for fiscal year 25 below the 24 levels. And guess what? Y'all remember the 87,000 IRS agents that are going to harass the taxpayers? This bill cuts $20 billion out of it. It does away with it. And this president is just getting started. I doubt we will have any support from the Democrat side, which I don't expect. This bill is going to pass, and the country is in better shape. You had your time 4 years ago. And how did that work out for the American people? Not too good. I fully support this bill, and Madam Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman wants to talk about grocery prices. Read the room, man. Or better yet, visit a grocery store. Give me a break. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 1974, a short-term continuing resolution that keeps the government funded through April 11th. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the full-year CR. This bill abdicates our constitutional responsibilities to direct funding, and it gives it to Elon Musk and Mr. Trump. It undercuts the separations of powers in our Constitution. This CR cuts $13 billion from domestic priorities that Americans rely on. I'm going to talk specifically about $2.2 billion in reduction to health care. Here's a few examples. $280 million cut from NIH means cuts to research and clinical trials. Fewer lives will be saved. The bill removes congressional directions for CDC funding. That's how we detect and control health threats at home and from abroad. And there's an $891 million reduction to HHS investments. That will lead to more health care workforce shortages. The ramifications of these cuts will be felt everywhere, but especially to the most vulnerable Americans who are already hurting from the illegal cuts Elon Musk is making to health care grants and research. $17 million reduction to Indian Health Service facilities, and they're already falling apart. The bill shortchanges our veterans by failing to include $22 billion in advance funding for VA toxic exposure. That jeopardizes the health care of our veterans exposed to burn pits and Agent Orange. And the bill cuts DoD medical research by over $850 million. This will obstruct new cures for cancer and infectious diseases. These just aren't funding cuts. The Republicans are cutting cures and treatments and hopes for healthier American families. And this is before we know what Elon Musk has in store for Social Security, disability, Medicaid, and Medicare. A full-year CR is a disaster, and it does not have to be this way. The American people deserve better. I urge my colleagues to defeat this PQ and bring forward a short-term CR, and let's get to work. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my colleague on the Rules Committee from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. So here we are again, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who constantly always talk about the need to support a CR to, quote, keep the lights on, now find themselves in the curious position of not wanting to have the lights on because they don't like what's happening. So they don't want the lights to be on because you've got people in the executive branch who have taken seriously the election mandate that was given to the President of the United States to end the absurdity of nonstop wasteful spending, the ridiculousness of expenditures like $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. Like, that's the kind of stuff that make the American people's head explode. And there are dozens, hundreds of these examples. I could sit here and list. And the fact is, this stuff is getting exposed in real time. The American people are seeing it. And now my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to run from it. That's why they don't like this bill. That's why they want to have a shutdown after all of these years of decrying the possibility of shutdown. You're seeing all of the news today talking about the possibility of a Schumer shutdown. You're talking about, there's news article after news article. The Hill, February 11th, Democrats step up talk about using shutdown as leverage against Donald Trump. Democrat senators who request anonymity said that March 14th deadline may be the best leverage they have. Democrats in Congress see potential shutdown as leverage to counter Trump. U.S. Congress, The Guardian, February 15th. I could insert into the record dozens of these stories because the fact of the matter is the gig is up. Much like the American people were able to see the absolute and rampant corruption in our education system during COVID, when everything was shut down and they were watching their kids and they saw these screens and they said, what on earth are they being taught? And suddenly the American people saw the reality of our broken education system. They saw the fraud that was perpetrated by Anthony Fauci on the American people and shutting down their way of life. And now you've got Democrats who are now being exposed for having continuously funded this largesse and this bureaucracy that is completely indefensible. The American people are tired of having their tax dollars taken and dollars being borrowed by an endless stream of borrowing by this Congress. And now you've got a Congress that is willing to work with the president to stop it, to stand up and say enough. And what are we putting in place? Oh, the horror, a spending freeze? Oh, can you believe it? That the federal government might need to tighten its belt and have a spending freeze? And then my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to bring out these parade of horribles, and somehow that is a massive number of cuts, because only in Washington is that a cut. When you've got a spending freeze and holding basically spending in check from 2024, and we have a bill that, by the way, pulls out earmarks, which are often replete with special wish lists. By the way, that's both sides of the aisle. And we've got a bill here that is going to hold spending in check to allow us to do our job for the fiscal year 26 appropriation cycle between now and September. By the way, it was Republicans who passed 5 appropriations bills off of the House floor last year and 12 appropriations bills out of committee last year. The previous year, it was Republicans who passed 7 off the floor and all 12 out of committee. The Democrat-led Senate passed 0. You want to know why we are where we are right now? It's because our Democratic colleagues in the Senate passed 0 appropriations bills, not 1. So we came in here. Now the Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. And now we're trying to get things moving in the right direction. And our Democrat colleagues don't want to have any part of it. So we're putting forward a common sense measure that, look, I understand why some of my conservative flank fiscal conservatives have concerns about a CR. I don't love CRs. But when you can have a CR that extends spending at 2024 levels for the next 6 months and empowers the president to be able to continue to do what they're doing, shining the light on spending restraint, shining the light on waste so that we can do our job and implement that. And by the way, I'll say that to both sides of the aisle. Both sides of the aisle need to take in that information and implement it when we do appropriations this year. Move spending down, eliminate the waste, try to do something about the fact that in 2019, our entire budget was $4.5 trillion. Today, it is $7 trillion. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have no answer to that besides, magic tax cuts. You could literally confiscate the wealth of the wealthiest 1% of America and not dent what we've got in terms of $36 trillion in debt when you would kill jobs and destroy the economy in the process. But that's the only answer my colleagues have to $7 trillion in spending. The fact of the matter is this CR is responsible. It's fiscally appropriate. It'll leave the lights on so that the president and Doge and Elon and Russ Voter and OMB can do their job. And I hope that my colleagues on this side of the aisle will support the rule. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, that was an awful lot of words from the gentleman to announce that he's caving and changing his position and finally supporting a CR. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, that's exactly right. It's CR Day on Capitol Hill. And what is going on with the Republicans? I mean, President Trump puts out a tweet and says, please, and all of a sudden, just flip-flops. But you know what? Let me do some mean tweets about how you feel about CRs when you're in the minority only. And the first one actually is from the gentleman from Texas. And it says, it's Groundhog Day in the House chamber, all the time, every day. Yet again, spending money we don't have, apparently only when he's in the minority. Another one from a colleague, comparing continuing resolutions to attending a P. Diddy party. In any given year, another colleague says, if Congress raises the debt ceiling, passes a CR, and rams through an omnibus bill, no member of Congress should receive a paycheck. That's awkward for you guys. How many of you are going to give back your paycheck? Another colleague, I've never voted for a CR. You sent me to Congress to cut wasteful spending, and I'm a woman of my word. You can guess who that is. And this one, this is my favorite. What does a CR stand for? It stands for capitulating Republicans, caving Republicans, said by a Republican. And you know what? I'm going to miss the Never CR group. I mean, they were great, but they're breaking up. And it was great to see them live while they were together. They had lots of fans. I'm going to miss them. I mean, they were mostly a boy band, okay? Some of them are going solo. Appears it's only Thomas Massey. But you know what? Something tells me there'll be a reunion, but only when they're in the minority. And to quote Representative Massey, talking about Republicans, I guess deficits only matter when we're in the minority. So listen, go home to your families, turn in your voting cards, give Trump the gavel, because that is what has happened to your entire party. You don't need to be here. He tells you to do something, you jump. And so what's going on in the world? Another representative, what's going on in the world in the last 30 days? Well, let's see. Egg prices are up. Goods are up. Stock market is down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts, reserve.
Reserve.
Mr. Speaker.
Members are admonished for the second time and reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Thank you.
And thank you,
Gentlelady
Mr.
from
Speaker.
Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that reminder. I appreciate that. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes again from to my colleague from the Rules Committee from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, I appreciate the sudden religion my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have found on spending restraint and the need to cut spending. I look forward to all the proposals that my colleagues will put forward on reducing significant amounts of spending and waste, fraud, and abuse. And I'll look for that press conference they'll no doubt have sometime this week. I would also note that when we talk about continuing resolutions, what my colleague just failed to mention was the fact that literally every single Democrat voted for the CR that we just had in December. Like literally every single Democrat except for one who I think maybe took a present vote. The fact of the matter is, it has nothing to do with that. The fact of the matter is, for those of us who do not like CRs as a general principle, the fact is because Democrats literally wouldn't pass an appropriations bill out of the Senate, we're left doing the cleanup work of trying to figure out how to move forward while we have an administration that isn't at war with its own people. When the previous administration was blatantly disregarding the well-being of the American people, to have wide open borders, letting fentanyl and letting all manners of evil come into our country, leading to the death and destruction of the people that I represent, people like Jocelyn Nungare, who lost her life to the hands of Tren de Aragua, because Joe Biden decided it was more important to let millions of people into this country in violation of our laws, endangering the people. That's why our bill has additional funding for ICE, to make sure that we've got the beds to undo the damage that the Biden regime has carried out on the American people. Those are the actual facts. The fact of the matter is, no, you don't want to have a CR to continue the funding under Joe Biden, because Joe Biden was at war with the American people. Now we have a president and administration that is trying to do the job that they sent him there to do. Secure the border of the United States. Hold back spending. Eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. Get this economy going again. Get the regulations out of the way of the American people and do the job they want us to do. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserve. The chairs of each respective side are advised that the gentlelady from Minnesota has 13 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from Massachusetts has 20 and a half minutes remaining. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, forget about it. I'm not going to respond. I just want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
The fact of the matter is, Donald Trump's policies are collapsing our economy. Unemployment is rising. The NASDAQ had its worst day since the COVID crash. Millions of dollars in retirement savings have been wiped out in just weeks, and the reason is clear. The Trump administration's reckless tariffs on our allies. To impose these tariffs, Trump declared a made-up national emergency under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA. But the law has a safeguard. Any member can force a vote to terminate the emergency. But what happened? Speaker Johnson doesn't want to vote. Why? Because it would force Republicans to go on the record about Trump's tariffs. So instead, Speaker Johnson has rewritten the law in real time. And here's what the rule says, and I quote, "Each day for the remainder of the first session of the 119th Congress shall not constitute a calendar day." What? If you don't think that makes any sense, neither do I. House Republicans are declaring that the days are no longer days and that time has literally stopped. The Speaker is petrified that members of this House will actually have to take a vote on lowering costs on the American people. This is what the American people elected us to do. But now, because it's Donald Trump's tariffs and Republicans would have to take a tough vote, Speaker Johnson is stopping us from voting. If Congress can't act to lower prices, protect retirement savings, and hold the president accountable, what are we even here? What are we doing here? A yes vote on this rule is a vote for Trump's tariffs. A yes vote on this vote, is a vote to keep prices high for American families. A yes vote is a vote to block Congress from doing its job to lower costs. If you actually care about lowering costs, you should vote no on this rule. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized. Minnesota.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You were close. Real close. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out, Democrats love to claim foul when on Republicans for shutting off national emergencies, but they're cherry-picking the facts. Let's take a look back at when they were in charge in the 117th Congress. They never allowed a vote on terminating the COVID national emergency. Mr. Gosar introduced 2 separate national emergency disapproval resolutions, and Democrats, who were in control at the time, not only shut off consideration of those resolutions without a single vote, they shut them off for the remaining 18 months of the Congress. Even 2 years after the COVID emergency was declared, Democrats still silenced the voices of Republicans who wanted to take a vote. What's that saying again? Rules for thee, but not for me. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentlelady just conceded that this rule would prevent the House from voting on Trump's tariffs, thereby resulting in the biggest tax increase on middle-class families that we've ever seen. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes when I'm standing in this chamber, I literally cannot believe my ears. And I have to say that today is one of those days, because as we stand here on the floor today, I am hearing members of the other side of the aisle who said they would never vote for a continuing resolution, that they would never vote to raise the debt, that they would never vote for a bill that extends the debt ceiling, say that we have to pass this bill. And so I literally cannot believe my ears today, because the GOP today is here with a great American bait and switch. So let me explain to you what exactly is going on. Donald Trump spent the weekend calling our colleagues across the aisle, asking them to keep the government open until the end of the fiscal year so that they can get on with their real agenda. And you all know what the real agenda is. The real agenda is that they're dismantling the federal government. They're firing tens of thousands of federal workers, teachers, firefighters, veterans, military, members of our community who are in crisis right now, and they are illegally impounding funds. And meanwhile, my Republican colleagues who said they would never vote for anything like this are saying that they are going to vote for it because on the side, Donald Trump is winking at them and his people are telling them, don't worry, if you pass this bill, we're going to continue to do all of that illegal activity. And then we can get on to the real work, which is dismantling our basic programs that support our communities. They want to take away your Medicaid. This weekend, Elon Musk said he wants to take away your Social Security. They want to dismantle housing programs. They want to dismantle food assistance programs. They are literally bait and switching the American people and abdicating their fundamental responsibility as representatives of the people, because the people have spoken, my friends, and there are no number of town halls that you can run away from to know that your people in your communities do not support your bait and switch. So I say to my GOP colleagues, do your jobs.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. I want to commend the previous speaker on setting an excellent example on addressing remarks to the chair. Thank you very much. Add to that list now, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to remind everyone that the people have spoken. They spoke in November. The Republicans are the majority in the House. The Republicans are the majority in the Senate. And they elected President Trump. The people have spoken. And we are talking about, I'd like to bring it back to what we're actually talking about today, and that's the rule in front of us, and we're discussing the rule and the continuing resolution. And as my colleague from Texas mentioned, there was not a single no vote from Democrats for the continuing resolution in December. And they're standing here today willing to shut down the government, not because of anything substantive in the bill, but because they believe that as long as they are acting against the Trump administration, against the elected president and Republicans' agenda, then they must be doing the right thing. Motivation by blind hatred. That is the Democrat Party that we have before us today. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this rule contains tariffs, and I don't understand why the gentlelady supports these tariffs. She represents a district with over 50,000 farmers, the second most of any member of Congress. And during the last trade war started by Trump, American farmers lost $27 billion in agricultural exports. It's farmers in the gentlelady's district who are being harmed by these tariffs. So I don't understand why she supports them. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think it's interesting because any time my colleagues want to defend horrible moves by the Trump administration, whether trying to cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, they keep saying, the people have spoken, without realizing that the people are speaking. That's why they continue to cancel their town halls, because they don't want to hear what the people are saying right now. Costs are at an all-time high. I came down here to tell people that if you're struggling to afford food, you can't pay your rent, the medical bills are stacking up, this bill will make your life worse. Why? To give tax cuts to billionaires and big corporations. This bill sets up major cuts to Medicaid, which 60,000 children in my district rely on for health care. Cuts to Medicare, steals from veterans, ripping away benefits, steals from working people and families, gives even more unchecked power to President Elon Musk and Doge. And recently Musk said that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. So every vote in favor of this bill endorses those words. You vote for this, Go to your constituents and be loud and proud. Tell them that the program that they've paid into and worked on their entire life so they can retire with dignity is a Ponzi scheme. Oh, wait. Republicans have been told by their leadership to stop doing town halls. Why? Because the people are pissed off. They're scared. Many have been sold this BS lie that if we just give all the power to billionaires like Elon Musk, we'll all be okay. But I got breaking news for you. The billionaires have always had immense power in this country, and it hasn't worked out for us. I'm opposing today's rule so we can stop the House from voting on the Republican Party spending bill that works to cut Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, veterans benefits, and school lunches, all in favor of the ultra-rich. I know what it's like to not be able to pay for housing, to go into debt just to survive. We're not in this because people have lived beyond their means, but because we've been denied the means to live. So vote no on this rule, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is just another example of how talking points are written before they actually read the bill, because this is about a government shutdown, plain and simple. We have to have the rule to pass the CR so that we can avoid government shutdown. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this is a rule to protect tariffs. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is about the rule so that we can get to this continuing resolution, or so-called continuing resolution. But let me tell you what continuing resolutions are. They give Congress time to negotiate budget bills in the interest of the American people. Let me be very clear. That is not what Republicans want to do here. They're proposing we skip budget negotiations and we give the Musk-Trump administration a slush fund. Their actions prove that they have more respect for their billionaire bosses than they do for the Constitution. They are more willing to hand over their power to Trump and Musk than they are to defend the power of the people, and they're more committed to enabling a bully than to stand up for their constituents. And that is what Trump and Musk are. They're bullies who use intimidation and retribution to get what they want. And Musk, or, Trump under Musk, as my colleague said, they want it all. They want to disregard the law. They want to dismantle the agencies that serve the American people, and they want to destroy the programs and the services that Americans rely on. Bottom line, Republicans are using a shutdown to bully us into giving Trump a blank check. No guardrails, folks, and 6 months to plunge us into further chaos. Yes, if we are in chaos, it's your fault. You control the House, you control the Senate, and you have your guy in the White House. So let me be honest, I will not be bullied. The full-year slush fund CR they call is the red line, and I call my colleagues to vote no on the rule and on the Republicans' slush fund CR. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the House Appropriations Committee worked in good faith throughout the FY25 process, and it was the Democrats that weaponized this process, holding up negotiations on demands that were completely unrelated to funding. If my colleagues choose a Democrat shutdown simply because they hate Donald Trump and his administration, they are showing they have still learned nothing from the results of last year's elections. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Members are again reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are opposed to the tariffs and a tax increase on American families. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, House Republicans are trying to avert a funding crisis of their own making by passing a partisan Republican spending bill they drafted behind closed doors. It cuts $13 billion from programs like low-income housing, agricultural inspections, and election security. This bill would allow President Trump and Elon Musk to supercharge their attacks on essential federal programs and workers, including Social Security and the FAA, with no input from Congress. I want to highlight how this bill impacts our nation's veterans, particularly in light of the administration's recent actions. Due to the success of the PACT Act, more veterans than ever before have enrolled in VA care, and we should celebrate that success. Instead, this bill reneges on a commitment of $23 billion in health care funding for veterans who were exposed to burn pits and Agent Orange. It also fails to guarantee essential programs within the Veterans Health Administration. Programs like homelessness assistance, mental health care, rural health initiatives, opioid and substance abuse treatment, oncology services, and caregiver support are left undefined and therefore subject to cuts or elimination by DOJ or Trump. This isn't an oversight. Our Republican colleagues are supporting this bill because it allows Musk to eliminate more programs without congressional approval. Look, in just 6 weeks, over 6,000 veterans have been fired from the VA and other federal programs. Veterans comprise 30% of our federal workforce. They're among the hardest working, most patriotic employees in our country. But Trump has allowed Elon Musk and DOJ to fire thousands of them without cause. And more jobs are on the chopping block, 80,000 at the VA, tens of thousands at the IRS, 7,000 at Social Security. When DOJ destroys federal programs, it's not just cutting essential services for American families, it's also firing veterans. Between deep VA cuts, eliminating funding for veterans' health care, and job cuts that disproportionately hit veterans, it appears that the Trump White House has declared war on veterans. Our veterans and their families deserve better than this. I urge my colleagues to reject this travesty of a bill and instead pass the clean CR offered by the ranking member on appropriations. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman
No
from
speakers?
Massachusetts is recognized.
No speakers? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Holmes Norton.
The gentlelady from the District of Columbia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my friend for yielding. I strongly oppose this rule and the full-year funding resolution. The CR is an act of fiscal sabotage against D.C. and is an abuse of power over a disenfranchised jurisdiction. The consequences be damned. For the last 20 years, D.C. has been able to operate under the local budget enacted by D.C. for the next fiscal year for the duration of every CR, including full-year CRs and the first 2 fiscal year 2025 CRs. The CR under consideration does not allow D.C. to do so. Indeed, the CR effectively repeals the fiscal year 2025 local budget enacted by D.C., which D.C. has been operating under for the last 6 months, and restores the fiscal year 2024 local budget enacted by D.C., which D.C. stopped operating under 6 months ago. This unprecedented budget substitution will result in an immediate cut of more than $1 billion from D.C.'s $21 billion budget. This cut will likely force D.C. to immediately terminate programs that lay off or furlough police officers, firefighters, other first responders, and teachers. This cut does not save the federal government any money because D.C.'s local budget consists entirely of locally raised revenues such as taxes and fees. The CR also fails to exempt D.C. from a federal government shutdown in fiscal year 2026. Since the 2013 federal budget shutdown, Congress has exempted D.C. from federal government shutdowns because Congress recognized that shutting down a city of more than 700,000 people was harmful to the operations of both D.C. and the federal government. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a memorandum from D.C. Mayor Miriam Bowser's office detailing the impacts of this CR on D.C. I urge members to vote no. I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized. Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Still no speaker? Okay. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
All right, thank you very much to the ranking member for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition to the Republicans' partisan sham of a government funding bill, which is nothing more than a blank canvas for Donald Trump and Elon Musk to continue their smashing and looting of our federal government. There are too many things that are wrong with this bill to mention in just 2 minutes, including cuts to safety net programs for housing, food, veterans, law enforcement, as well as essential community projects for every district in the country. But what's really shocking is that Republicans rejected any and all input from Democrats, even though they need Democratic votes to pass this bill in the Senate. If you want to go it alone, then go it alone. But you can't blame anyone but yourselves when it fails. If the government shuts down with a Republican House, Republican Senate, and Republican President, it will be solely because the Republicans have moved forward with a terrible partisan take-it-or-leave-it bill. In November, the clear #1 issue on voters' minds was the economy and the cost of living. But since he has taken over, President Trump has increased costs significantly and tanked the economy. But it gets even worse. The president has not only failed to keep his promise to help working Americans, but he has enlisted a corrupt, unelected billionaire to slash essential programs that hundreds of millions of Americans depend on. Elon Musk isn't cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. He doesn't even know what he's cutting. And unlike regular appropriations bills, this bill does not include the usual language to fund specific programs. And what that means is that Elon Musk has unfettered discretion to cut whatever he wants. You don't need to take my word for it. The House Freedom Caucus issued a press release supporting this bill because of that very reality. With this bill, Republicans are handing the power of the purse to Congress and not working with Democrats. We continue to stand ready to work together, but this bill does not do that. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Reserved.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire in the time, Mr. Speaker?
Massachusetts has 5.5 minutes.
Okay. And the gentlelady has no speakers? So, okay, all right. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Americans across the country are angry about Elon Musk illegally firing employees and freezing federal funds. Rather than stand up to Musk, Republicans are giving him the power to shut down the government programs Musk doesn't like. Remember, just last night, Musk said he wants to eliminate the big programs like Social Security and Medicare. Musk also wants to fire thousands of VA employees. This bill cuts $22.8 billion for veterans care. It cuts housing. It cuts programs that protect our food supply so we can bring down the cost of eggs. This rule also endorses Trump's tariffs under the guise of a national emergency. Yesterday, Trump's tariffs caused the markets to plummet, taking Americans' retirement savings with them. That's the real national emergency. A vote for this rule is a vote for Trump's tariffs. Is that why Republicans are hiding from their constituents? Because they're backing unpopular tariffs that will cost the average family $2,000 a year? Or maybe they're hiding because this funding bill cuts $15 billion from community projects. We're losing first responder and water infrastructure projects in New Mexico. Republicans are also defunding the police in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, in Representative Bresnahan's district. And how about eliminating the water project in Lehigh County in Representative McKenzie's district? Just to name a few of the many projects that are being gutted in Republican and Democratic districts alike. This is not a clean CR. It's as dirty as it gets. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady has 10 minutes left remaining, and the gentleman from Massachusetts has 3.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, the Speaker Emerita, Ms. Pelosi.
The Speaker Emeritus from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his extraordinary leadership. Mr. Speaker, today Republicans will vote to pass a continuing resolution that hollows out our nation's commitment to the health, education, economic security of the America's working families. Instead of working constructively in a bipartisan way to meet the needs of the American people, Republicans are trying to starve the domestic budget with a partisan bill, and I'm going to focus on veterans here, that cuts nearly $23 billion in veterans' benefits, in addition to slashing even more money from health care and affordable housing. Indeed, the Republican CR is a betrayal of our nation, America's veterans, with devastating cuts to initiatives that care for our veterans exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances. Our nation's sacred promise is just as the military says, on the battlefield we leave no soldier behind, and when they come home, we leave no veteran behind. With this bill, Republicans have broken that promise. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this betrayal of our veterans and urge my colleagues, Republican colleagues, to join Democrats at the negotiating table to get us serious about the people's business. Vote no. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Is the gentlelady prepared to close, Mr. Speaker? Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. We haven't heard a speaker in a long time. I just wasn't sure. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if you vote for this rule, you own the tariffs. Republicans snuck in a provision that blocks this House from voting on resolutions that could end the tariffs. They know these tariffs will cost families an extra $1,200 a year, and they're scared to vote for them. So instead of letting Congress do its job, they're shutting down the debate. They're hiding, and they're shielding themselves from any accountability. And do you know who's going to feel the pain, Mr. Speaker? It's working families, it's small businesses who are already struggling with high costs. It's farmers who are already the victim of retaliatory tariffs. Meanwhile, the stock market was in a free fall yesterday, and today it's going down again. Retirement accounts have taken a huge hit. Ontario is already hitting us with a 25% electricity surcharge, hurting families in Minnesota. In fact, I saw a breaking news story this morning that Trump's now escalating his trade war by doubling tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum. So he and his enablers are pushing forward, full steam ahead, into a possible recession with no regard for the chaos he's causing in this country. That's why House Democrats, led by Ranking Member Meeks, introduced resolutions to end Trump's devastating tariffs. According to the National Emergencies Act, these resolutions should be fast-tracked for a vote on the House floor. Republicans are using this rule to shut them down. And I'd love to hear them explain to their constituents why they're standing by while prices are skyrocketing. But Republicans are scared of their constituents too, hiding in their offices instead of holding town halls. So let me be perfectly clear. If your representative votes for this rule, they're voting to ratify the Trump tariffs. They're hoping you won't notice while they let our economy burn. That's not leadership, that's cowardice. And a vote against this CR is not a vote to shut down the government. We have offered a one-month CR to fund the government while appropriators finish the budget process. Instead of giving up on it
Gentleman's
and
time
handing
has
the blank
expired.
check to Trump and Musk, vote no on this.
Gentleman yields back. And the gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now that we've finished listening to the Democrats' talking points, the same talking points that they use over and over and over to mislead the American people and demonize Republicans and demonize President Trump, I will actually focus on what we're talking about today and what is actually in front of the body. And that's the rule to deal with the CR and two other bills. And even with the additional funding for veterans and the FAA and families in this bill, it will cost less than last year. Not by gutting programs, as my Democrat colleagues have so wrongfully claimed, but by removing projects from the FY24 bill so that they are not double funding projects that have already received funds in in FY24. My Democrat colleagues must be confused because I certainly would not want to be accused of calling them liars. This bill upholds the responsibility of our veterans and ensures full funding for the health care services and benefits. It includes the largest pay raise for junior enlisted troops in over 40 years. It supports federal wildland firefighters. It increases funding for air traffic controller priorities. It does not cut grants for law enforcement. It does not cut spending on family assistance programs. In fact, it increases spending for WIC by more than $500 million. And it includes an additional $6 billion for the Toxic Exposure Fund to treat veterans who have experienced service-related exposure to toxic substances. This bill can increase spending on these critical needs by making sure that we are not double funding existing programs. It is really that simple. Avoiding government shutdowns ensures that the administration can continue to identify waste, fraud, and abuse. It also allows ICE to continue deporting criminal migrants. This clean CR will allow us to focus on one big, beautiful reconciliation bill. Furthermore, this rule provides a way for us to continue to remove waste, fraud, and abuse right now by extending the time to prosecute those who committed unemployment insurance fraud during the COVID CARES programming. I would ask my Democrat colleagues to spare us the speeches about President Trump and the Department of Government Efficiency trimming some of the bloated bureaucracy from our federal departments. They are about to vote against a continuing resolution in the hopes of shutting our government down and sending every single federal employee home without a paycheck. Maybe my Democrat colleagues just don't think DOGE is going far enough. The truth is that there are more than 25,000 federal employees in the state of Massachusetts whose paycheck will be put on an indefinite hold if the government shuts down. And that's what my Democrat colleagues are going to vote for. My Democrat colleagues keep complaining how unfair this CR is to the DC residents. But there are over 160,000 federal employees in the District of Columbia, which quite frankly is more than there should be. But you are going to make every one of their paychecks go away if you succeed in shutting the government down. I thank my colleagues, Mr. Carey and Mr. Cole and Mr. Smith, for introducing these thoughtful pieces of legislation, and I encourage every single one of my colleagues to vote for this nonpartisan continuing resolution to keep our government fully funded and hold fraudsters accountable. A no vote, and I'll make it very clear, a no vote on this rule is actually a no vote to shut down government. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the rule and the underlying legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question.
On the resolution.
Gentlewoman moved the previous question. The question is on. Ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the vote for yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of a resolution if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. Okay, so okay. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays 212. The previous question is not ordered. I thought so. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 214. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I always have to get it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I offer a resolution constituting a question of the privileges of the House.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 212, resolved that the Senate Joint Resolution 3, entitled A Joint Resolution Providing for Congressional Disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Internal Revenue Service relating to gross proceeds reporting by brokers that regularly provide services effectuating digital asset sales, in the opinion of this House, contravenes the first clause of the 7th section of the first article of the Constitution of the United States and is an infringement of the privileges of this House, and that such joint resolution be respectfully returned to the Senate with a message communicating this resolution.
The resolution presents a question of the privileges of the House. Without objection, the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 211, I call up the bill H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 2, H.R. 1156, a bill to amend the CARES Act to extend the statute of limitations for fraud under certain unemployment programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 211, the amendment in the nature of substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designee. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American people supported President Trump in November because he pledged to eliminate waste and fraud in government. There is no better example of what President Trump is talking about than the rampant fraud the Ways and Means Committee has uncovered in the COVID-era unemployment insurance program. This money was supposed to help workers and their families through a crisis. Instead, it was stolen. It was stolen by fraudsters and criminals. According to government estimates, between 100 and 135 billion of UI benefits were stolen during the pandemic. Outside estimates range as high as 400 billion. That's higher than the economy of my home state of Missouri and about 20 other states. It is the greatest theft of tax dollars in U.S. history. So far, the government has only recovered about $5 billion. As we stand here, there are over 157,000 open UI fraud hotline complaints and more than 1,600 ongoing fraud investigations. This is a must-pass bill. The statute of limitations for these investigations start to run out in 16 days on March 27th. If we don't extend it, the criminals who stole money from the pockets of taxpayers and continue to do so to this day will get away. The Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act is simple. It doubles the statute of limitations from 5 to 10 years so we can prosecute and recover hundreds of billions of stolen tax dollars. We did this in the 117th Congress when Republicans and Democrats voted unanimously to extend the statute of limitations for fighting fraud in other COVID-era programs plagued by criminal theft. This legislation deserves the same strong bipartisan support. Yet during our markup, not a single Ways and Means Democrat voted for this bill. Let me preview some of the fear-mongering you're going to hear today on this floor. First, committee Democrats will argue that giving law enforcement more time to prosecute fraud will lead to surprise bills or targeting of innocent Americans who accidentally received an overpayment. This is completely false. DOJ is focused on prosecuting sophisticated criminals who maliciously defrauded the government, including international crime rings, online scammers, and gangs that are using tax dollars to illegally purchase firearms and commit crimes. This is not about going after grandma who made a mistake on her form. Anyone making that claim is simply not telling the truth. That isn't happening today, and it won't happen tomorrow. All this bill does is simply extend the investigations ongoing today. Second, Democrats claim that rescinding $5 million to offset the cost of this bill is a bridge too far. This is money sitting over at Department of Labor unused. With over 1,600 open investigations, Democrats should be more concerned about what their constituents and American taxpayers have to lose if this doesn't get done. Third, you will hear complaints about items completely unrelated to this bill, like DOJ, or the streamlining of the federal government to make it work better for the American taxpayer. I understand that my colleagues on the other side may want to use their floor time to discuss those issues, but that is not what the bill in front of us is all about. It is simply about continuing ongoing efforts to recoup tens of billions criminally taken from the American taxpayer. A no vote is a vote to allow these criminals to keep the money they stole from taxpayers. It's a vote to surrender to fraudsters. And it's a vote that says to Americans, we don't care about your hard-earned taxpayer dollars. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to reluctantly oppose H.R. 1156 that would extend the statute of limitations for pandemic unemployment insurance fraud for 5 years. During the pandemic, criminal actors and fraud rings took advantage of overwhelmed state unemployment offices and unqualified contractors to steal billions of dollars from American taxpayers. Like the rest of my Democratic colleagues, I have strongly supported the Department of Labor Inspector General, or OIG, efforts to serve justice and recover taxpayer dollars. We opposed Republican cuts to the OIG budget that slowed their work. Then 2 years ago, when the Inspector General recommended we extend the statute of limitations for specific crimes to allow more time for prosecution of criminal rings, we tried to work with our Republican colleagues on a bill to accomplish that. Why then am I opposing this bill today? Just before this bill was introduced, President Trump illegally fired the very Inspector General who recommended this extension of the statute of limitations and who led the OIG's work to prosecute criminal rings, securing 1,400 convictions and over $1 billion in court-ordered restitution. President Trump also illegally fired 16 other nonpartisan inspectors general, the same officials we depend on to fight fraud and hold agencies accountable. And since that time, we've seen Elon Musk and his dog team sweep through federal agencies, firing experts, demanding access to American citizens' most sensitive identity and financial information, and levying unfounded accusations of fraud, federal program beneficiaries, even at Social Security recipients. 1 in 4 Americans received pandemic unemployment benefits. Many of them unknowingly received modest overpayments, often because of state or contractor errors. For example, Arkansas businesses received specific instructions from the Arkansas Unemployment Office about how their workers should report income on their pandemic unemployment applications. Unfortunately, this guidance was incorrect, resulting in overpayments. Consequently, the Arkansas Unemployment Office applied to the Department of Labor for permission to waive overpayments to employees whose employers gave them incorrect information. These workers did nothing wrong, but still today, the Dodge team falsely claimed these workers defrauded the government and filed criminal charges 10 years after they spent the funds on rent, food to survive, and the pandemic. Extending the statute of limitations without a Senate-confirmed nonpartisan inspector general and without guardrails limiting the extension to serious criminals could put every American who lost their job during the pandemic at risk of harassment and accusations of fraud. Given the false accusations of rampant fraud by federal program beneficiaries, coupled with administration's stopping enforcement against criminal activity by certain foreign adversaries, any extension of the statute of limitation need guardrails in the law to protect workers who were unemployed during the pandemic. I filed an amendment to limit the extension to cases with an expected recovery of at least $100,000, which is standard practice at the Office of Inspector General right now. I am deeply disappointed that my amendment that would simply codify current practice was not made in order so that I could support the bill. This bill will also cut the Department of Labor's limited budget to support state fraud prevention, including criminal identity verification tools. As unemployment surges across the country due to the Dodge firing of federal employees and contractors, due to the Trump administration's illegal cuts to nonprofits and theft of federal funding, and due to the Trump trade wars, states will need all the help they can get to pay benefits accurately and to protect against the same bad actors that targeted us during the pandemic. Given the failure of this Republican bill to protect the tens of millions of unemployed workers during the pandemic from the Dodge witch hunt, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill until language is included that ensures that the prosecution focus remains on criminal rings and large-scale fraud rather than overpayments due to state or individual error. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, the chairman of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Smith, for your leadership on this very important topic. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act. This bill extends the statute of limitations for CARES Act unemployment fraud from 5 to 10 years to provide law enforcement agencies with more time to go after the fraudsters and international criminal organizations. Nearly 5 years after the CARES Act was signed into law, we are facing the expiration of the statute of limitations for holding criminals accountable. Congress must act quickly. We cannot retroactively change criminal liability for federal crimes. As chairman of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, we have done considerable oversight to investigate the size and scope of unemployment fraud throughout the pandemic. GAO estimates between 100 and 135 billion with a B was lost to fraud, yet only 5 billion has been recovered. This February, our subcommittee held a hearing with fraud experts from across the country. One of our witnesses said that as much as 70% of the fraudulent unemployment benefits went to Russian mobsters, Chinese hackers, and Nigerian scammers. A recent DOJ case involved a Pennsylvania man obtaining $59 million in public benefits and laundering the proceeds to China. As a member of the House Select Committee on China, cases like this are deeply concerning to me and confirm our worst fears regarding the attacks on our institutions by hostile nations such as China and the CCP. Witnesses also told us that fraud is continuing to happen. Fraudsters are now targeting the disaster unemployment benefit using stolen identities of California fire victims. The Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act is a common sense bill that doubles the statute of limitations so we can recover hundreds of billions of stolen taxpayer dollars. Prosecuting bad actors has a ripple effect that will deter crime and prevent additional losses to the government and American taxpayers. The DOJ has more than 1,600 open cases, uncharged COVID-19 criminal matters, and the Department of Labor Inspector General has yet to investigate 157,000 UI fraud hotline complaints. This bill is simple. Once the statute of limitation expires, these cases will go cold and criminals will go unpunished. Let me be clear. A vote against this bill is a vote to surrender to fraudsters and criminals. Don't let the criminals and fraudsters win. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I give 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, today Republicans offer a truly remarkable answer to unemployment insurance fraud, and that's to make a big cut in those who are already fighting unemployment insurance fraud and abuse. Likely gone will be the resources for providing the states access to databases that they use to prevent fraud by confirming identities. Once again, arithmetic is just simply not a Republican friend. They cut $5 million from anti-fraud efforts that are going on today to produce a savings of $500,000 over a 10-year period, according to the independent, nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which estimates also that, quote, any additional recoveries from their sorry bill of overpaid benefits would be insignificant. And this rash Republican move comes on top of Elon Musk's slash and burn rampage through our government. Who knows how many civil servants have already been fired whose principal responsibility is to fight fraud. And not only what the fraud that's occurred in the past, but some shyster who's come up with a new approach. as the sponsor of anti-fraud legislation myself, legislation which Mr. Smith has refused to consider to prevent some bilking of Medicaid, I can tell the difference between a real anti-fraud measure and one advanced on behalf of administration extremists who don't believe in unemployment insurance in the first place. This bill's true objective is to penalize working Americans who, through no fault of their own, both lost their jobs during the pandemic and then received mistaken amounts of overpayment thereafter. Now, years later, instead of accepting responsibility for the failure of the first Trump administration to improperly making those overpayments, done first by the Trump administration itself, and in failing to establish safeguards so that there would not be overpayments, Republicans instead are shifting the blame from Trump's wrong to workers, to wrongs that the workers did not commit in the first place. This bill is just another part of the Trump-Musk fake war on waste, fraud, and abuse. Big claims, big claims. No proof of genuine savings. Really all about wrecking programs like unemployment insurance that the extremist Project 2025 said they wanted to eliminate, even though they don't actually help taxpayers. One thing we can be sure of is that with Trump, we have no accountability, no transparency, and no watchdogs. That's why he moved quickly to fire at least 17 inspectors generals in different agencies, including the Department of Labor Inspector General Larry Turner. At the very time he was fired, Mr. Turner received no cause for being fired, of course, because the real cause was they didn't want a watchdog there. He was about fighting fraud. He was prosecuting large, sophisticated criminal rings responsible for stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in other ways. Make no mistake, if they had really wanted to target those who are taking this money unfairly and in a criminal way, they would have taken Mr. Davis' amendment to prioritize those who are doing the most damage. I believe that Trump, Musk, and their House Republican enablers here today are much more interested in brash declarations than in genuine savings. They have made clear that their number one priority in our committee is not unemployment fraud, but more tax breaks for plutocrats by shifting more of the tax burden to working families and irresponsibly increasing by trillions of dollars the size of our national debt. I would urge a rejection of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday my colleagues introduced an amendment that would limit prosecution of fraud cases with at least $100,000 in stolen funds. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, Democrats want to give some criminals a get-out-of-jail-free card. Let me give you an example of what that looks like. A woman from Rockford, Iowa, was sentenced to more than a year in prison for receiving $45,000 in unemployment benefits from 8 different states using stolen identities and laundering the proceeds through cryptocurrency. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a September 20th, 22 release from the United States Attorney's Office, Northern District of Iowa, quote, Iowa woman sentenced to federal prison for fraud and money laundering.
Without objection.
A criminal, Mr. Speaker, is a criminal, no matter how much they steal from the American taxpayers. H.R. 1156 is a must-pass bill for anyone interested in enforcing the rule of law. I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unconscionable to me that our colleagues on the other side are actually continuing to fight to protect fraudsters, going so far as to even say that if they just stole $500,000, that they should not be prosecuted. But we, House Republicans, we're fighting for transparency. We're fighting to protect taxpayers. We're exposing the waste, the fraud, and the abuse, including an estimated $100 to $135 billion in pandemic unemployment fraud. Money that was paid for by the hardworking taxpayers of this country to help people who are going through a tough time during the COVID pandemic. Sadly, my state of New York ranks near the top of the list with an estimated $11 billion in fraudulent unemployment payment benefits. The precious taxpayer dollars went to fraudsters, many overseas, including China, Russia, and Nigeria. They even went to dead people and inmates in prison. Criminals spent their money on luxury items like Rolex watches, fancy furnishings, items from Louis Vuitton, Burberry, Gucci, and even a $10 million villa in the Dominican Republic. One spent $3.5 million on a mansion in New Jersey, a chartered private jet, Porsches, Ferraris, Bentleys, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benz. Another received over $1.5 million over a span of 10 months. Meanwhile, my district office in Staten Island and Brooklyn had to help dozens of constituents who had their identities stolen and could not get unemployment benefits they desperately need. It doesn't happen again. This bill will help crack down on this type of fraud and would extend the statute of limitations that law enforcement needs to pursue criminal charges or civil actions. And it also incentivizes states to help us crack down and recover these fraudulent payments. And it puts checks and balances to stop future unemployment insurance payments from going to incarcerated and deceased people. To date, only $5 billion or less, about 4% of this massive fraud, has been recovered. This statute of limitations for prosecuting fraud in COVID-19 era pandemic era unemployment insurance will expire on March 27th. And there's roughly 1,000 open cases investigating the fraud, and we must allow law enforcement to do their work. And so I gladly support this bill because I'm on the side of the hardworking, tax-paying American who has had to foot this bill, while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to defend and protect the criminals and the fraudsters. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from New York yields. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Alabama, Representative Sewell.
Gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this bill. This partisan charge bill targets innocent workers who lost their jobs during the pandemic, received unemployment benefits, spent them in good faith to pay for necessities, and had no idea that their states made mistakes in paying their benefits. Sadly, my Republican colleagues are using this bill to throw millions of Americans' lives and livelihoods into instability. This financial attack on my constituents required them to then reimburse the federal government for a mistake that they did not make, upending their ability to pay their rent, leaving families homeless, upending their ability to purchase school supplies or make a car payment, resulting in the loss of transportation that gets them to their jobs. For people living on the margins of poverty, they don't have a financial cushion to fall back on when a surprise bill like this one is thrown into their family. It will cause major disarray. This bill is not about addressing fraud. Republicans are simply using this opportunity to wage war on individuals themselves who did no wrong. I encourage my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith, for yielding, and I want to thank you for introducing this common sense piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act. But before I get into my planned remarks, I want to fact-check some of the colleagues on the other side of the aisle attacking President Trump, claiming that laid-off federal workers are being prevented from receiving unemployment. We've been in touch with the Department of Labor, and they've published documented guidelines describing filing and eligibility requirements that make it clear federal workers are eligible for unemployment. The biggest risk to federal workers is not being able to claim their benefits at all because fraudsters got there first. There have been multiple data breaches at agencies across the government, including the Office of Personnel Management, exposing the personal information of millions of federal workers. Democrats should be supporting this bill to catch fraudsters that are still out there using stolen identities to file illegitimate claims. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have insisted, despite their pushback on Trump's administration's actions, they want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, today they can prove it. The bill we're debating is really pretty simple. We know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, many Americans benefited from unemployment insurance, but fraudsters took advantage of an overwhelmed system, resulting in more than $100 billion in sham UI payments, including $466 million of UI fraud in my home state of Kansas. But the statute of limitations is fast approaching on March 27th, and if Congress doesn't act, these scammers are off the hook. Our legislation today extends the statute of limitations from 5 to 10 years. With nearly 1,700 open cases, this bill gives the Labor and Justice Department the tools they need to go after these criminals. This should be an easy yes for everyone in the chamber. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from California.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 1156. Since the COVID-19 pandemic start, Democrats have gone after the criminal fraud rings who stole from our pandemic unemployment insurance programs and empowered our partners across the federal government. But today's Republican bill is so hypocritical. It completely ignores President Trump's illegal termination of the nonpartisan Inspector General responsible for that very work. Before he was fired, it was Inspector General Larry Turner's leadership investigating UI fraud that resulted in over 2,000 individuals charged, 1,400 convictions, and more than $1 billion in taxpayer dollars recovered. In fact, it was I.G. Turner who had recommended that Congress extend the statute of limitations in the first place. It's outrageous that Republicans now want to act on the IG's recommendation, but refuse to address the illegal firing of I.G. Turner and 18 other nonpartisan inspectors general across the federal government. Further, Republicans refuse to even consider my and Congressmember Del Benny's amendment, which would have extended the statute of limitations for 6 additional months and would have allowed for the full 10-year extension only if the president either reappoints I.G. Turner or appoints another Senate-confirmed individual for the role. This would have been the responsible thing for Congress to do, keep the door open for now on investigating and prosecuting this fraud, while also ensuring we have a competent Senate-confirmed Inspector General leading the charge. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act. Unemployment insurance, or UI fraud, ran rampant during the pandemic. The Government Accountability Office estimates that pandemic-era unemployment insurance fraud totaled $135 billion. That's about 15% of total UI benefits during the pandemic. Other estimates estimate that UI fraud ran up to $400 billion. California alone accounts for $20 to $33 billion of fraudulent pandemic UI payments. One estimate put the state's improper payment rate at almost 37% during the first 6 months of the pandemic. This fraud isn't just a blatant waste of hardworking taxpayer dollars. It completely undermines Americans' faith in the system and our management of taxpayer-funded programs. The Hoosiers that I represent expect more from their government, as they should. Despite these egregious levels of fraud, we've only recovered $5 billion of it, or less than 4% of fraudulent payments. As of January, the Department of Justice had over 1,600 open, uncharged criminal matters relating to COVID-19 fraud. Additionally, the Department of Labor has approximately 157,000 open UI fraud complaints assigned to its hotline office. Unfortunately, the statute of limitations for prosecuting these fraudsters expires at the end of March. This bill would extend that deadline for another 5 years so that we can continue to hold these criminals accountable and recover the stolen funds. One of our most important responsibilities as members of Congress is to be good stewards of taxpayer money. It would be irresponsible not to take every possible step to recover these fraudulent funds. This is a common sense bill, and I am proud to be a co-sponsor of it. I urge its support. Thank you, Chairman Smith, for your leadership on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the COVID pandemic is over, and so have many of our problems that have disappeared with it, but the mushroom cloud of fraud still lingers in the air. The COVID-19 pandemic didn't just reveal cracks in the U.S. relief programs. It turned them into sinkholes. Due to a lack of guardrails, fraudsters stole hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars from numerous pandemic-era programs. $135 billion. That's how much was stolen from the American people in unemployment insurance programs alone. As of today, only a paltry $5 billion has been recovered. Meanwhile, the statute of limitations is set to expire March 27th. Mr. Speaker, letting cheats get away with stealing taxpayer money would truly be a tragedy. To the fraudsters, con men, and outright thieves, I've got a message to you from the American people. We want our money back, and this bill is going to help us get it. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I am proud today to rise in favor of my colleague from Missouri, Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith's bill, H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act. This must-pass bill will extend the statute of limitations for criminal prosecution and civil enforcement actions from 5 to 10 years so the Justice Department can deliver justice and go after these fraudsters and recover our money. The only answer, Mr. Speaker, is to vote yes. Let's go get them. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act, introduced by our chairman, Jason Smith. It is clear by the day that the COVID pandemic gave rise to widespread financial fraud. A prime example of that is the fraudulent unemployment insurance claims that were filed, which total between $100 and $150 billion, most of which happened as a result of organized crime. Incredibly, to date, less than 4% of these stolen funds have been recovered. And if we do nothing before March 27th, the statute of limitations to bring these criminal cases against these fraudsters will come to an end, and the rest of these taxpayer funds will be lost forever. We cannot allow this to happen, and we must make best efforts to recover these stolen funds. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act is supported by both red and blue states across the country. The National Association of State Workforce Agencies, a nonpartisan association representing all states, endorsed extending the statute of limitations so that criminal prosecutions and civil enforcement actions could continue uninterrupted. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a letter from the National Association of State Workforce Agencies dated February 11th, 2025, supporting passage of H.R. 1156. Mr. Speaker, this bill gives states the time they need to go after criminals who commit acts of malice and intentional fraud against American taxpayers. As a proud co-sponsor of this legislation, I strongly urge my colleagues to stand in support of the American taxpayer and stand in support of passage of this important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I continue, Mr. Speaker, to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith, for your leadership on this important piece of legislation. During the pandemic, Congress created 3 new unemployment benefits and issued $675 billion in benefits to folks who lost their job because of the pandemic. Since then, the Government Accountability Office estimates up to $135 billion in fraud nationwide, with some of the more egregious states like California and New York reporting $18 billion and $11 billion respectively in fraud alone. Despite such rampant fraud, only $5 billion, less than 4%, has been recovered. Without H.R. 1156, the statute of limitations to recover fraud will expire in just 2 weeks. Simply put, we cannot let criminals who defrauded the federal government retain over $100 billion of improper payments. That money rightfully belongs to the American people and must be recovered. I strongly urge us to support this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Chair, I'm quite astonished. I had every expectation I'd be coming to the floor for what would be a bill with overwhelming bipartisan support. After all, COVID-era unemployment fraud was the largest fraud of taxpayer dollars in U.S. history. In California alone, it amounted to some $32 billion. By the way, California made it really easy. People would submit claims with the name Mickey Mouse or something along those lines, and it was given no scrutiny as the state ignored the basic fraud detection procedures that were recommended by the federal government. But because of the scale of this fraud, there's a very small percentage of the cases that have been prosecuted, and thousands remain unresolved. So there's the need to extend the statute of limitations. And the question with this bill is, are we going to allow those cases to go forward, or are they all going to be dismissed? Are we going to hold the perpetrators accountable, or are we going to let them all go free? Are we going to try to recover these funds for taxpayers, or are we going to allow the international criminal syndicates to keep it? And by the way, what do you think they're going to do with the money? Give it to charity? No, they're going to use it for further criminal activity. This is a common sense measure. I'm sure 99.9% of Americans support it, and I sure hope 100% of our friends on the other side of the aisle don't oppose it when it comes for a vote. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
I continue, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also want to thank the chairman of the committee for bringing this bill. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act. There's an old expression that we've all heard at one time or another about the somewhat famous bank robber Willie Sutton. He was asked, "Why do you rob banks?" And his answer was, "Because that's where the money is." Well, that is exactly what happened with expanded pandemic unemployment insurance during the pandemic. We all lived through it. We saw it. I had a front row seat as a state law enforcement official at the time. We saw enormous, unprecedented amounts of money shoveled from this town out into state unemployment systems that were ill-equipped to handle them. And you know what? We didn't just know that. The fraudsters, the criminals, the organized criminal enterprises knew it too. And they saw opportunity, they saw that's where the money was, and they chased it. And they stole enormous amounts of money. In the case of my state, Kansas, a subsequent forensic audit suggests about $466 million in documentable stolen pandemic funds. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? I'll tell you what we did about it as state officials at the time. We looked to our federal partners because we worked closely. Everybody was dealing with a circumstance we hadn't seen before, and we were assured that our federal partners had the tools, had the capacity, had the reach to exceed our borders and reach out and touch these transnational criminal organizations operating from overseas that stole money from our taxpayers right here at home. So we deferred. We relied on the assurances that the federal government was going to step up and enforce the law to its full extent. And now here we are 5 years later. And not just by happenstance, but because of decisions made in this body by people who came before us, the sun is about to set on the ability of the federal government to do what it promised to do, because there is a statutorily enacted statute of limitations that shuts the door on further prosecutions in only a few short days. It is within our power to change that decision, to let the federal government follow through on its promise, to bring to bear whatever tools we have to try to recover whatever portion of that remaining stolen money is available to be recovered. Why on earth would we not do that? It is the right thing to do for our taxpayers. It is the right thing to do for the rule of law. It is just the right thing to do. We should abandon the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil approach that is the status quo. We should adopt this bill, extend the statute of limitations, let our dedicated federal law enforcement authorities do their jobs, keep chasing this money, and bring back whatever they can find. I support the bill. I'm grateful for the leadership, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
We're prepared to close.
All right.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then I will close. After listening to the comments of Chairman Smith and my Republican colleagues, it's pretty clear to me that they don't intend to stay the course that led to 1,400 convictions. It appears that they really intend to prosecute everybody, the whole group, everybody involved. So I want to thank my Democratic colleagues for their thoughtful comments and ongoing efforts to fight fraud while protecting workers from harassment. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill so that we can incorporate the guardrails needed to balance our goals of prosecuting criminals and protecting innocent workers from harassment by the DOGE or others who might misuse this authority. I trust that those individuals will not endure or have to endure the harassment that often comes. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The folks on the other side of the aisle was referring to President Trump firing the Department of Labor Inspector General earlier. President Trump campaigned on changing Washington. He is well within his power to remove members of the executive branch at will. And it is understandable. It's understandable, Mr. Speaker, that he wants people in his administration that reflects his views. The Labor Department's Inspector General plays an important role in identifying fraud, but does not charge cases or decide which ones to prosecute. The Department of Justice and U.S. attorneys' offices handle prosecution of federal crimes. This bill extends the statute of limitations to ensure Department of Justice and has the time they need to go after criminals who committed acts of malice and intentional fraud against American taxpayers. The criminal activity in the COVID-era unemployment insurance program represents the largest theft of tax dollars in U.S. history. This money was supposed to help American families through a once-in-a-lifetime crisis. Instead, thousands of criminals, including foreign crime rings, made off with hundreds of billions of dollars. We know that some of these same groups are continuing to perpetrate UI fraud targeting disaster victims. Fraudsters are filing claims on behalf of individuals impacted by fires in your state, Mr. Speaker, and North Carolina floods, then using the money for criminal activity. The statute of limitations to prosecute these crimes is set to expire this month, with just 4% of the stolen funds having so far been recovered. Criminals are going to get away scot-free unless we pass this legislation. Over the past few weeks, Democrats have sued and stonewalled President Trump, Elon Musk, and Doge over the broader investigation into how our tax dollars are being spent. The American people are tired of words. It is time for action. The Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act will buy prosecutors and law enforcement more time to go after criminals and recoup the money taxpayers are rightfully owed. It's no wonder this legislation is widely supported by federal law enforcement agencies and states. The American people deserve justice, and now it's up to Congress to deliver it. I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 211, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the CARES Act to extend the statute of limitations for fraud under certain unemployment programs and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. And without objection, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 211, I call up the bill H.J. Res. 25, disapproving the rule submitted by the Internal Revenue Service related to gross proceeds reporting by brokers that regularly provide services effectuating digital asset sales, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 3, House Joint Resolution 25, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Internal Revenue Service relating to gross proceeds reporting by brokers that regularly provide services effectuating digital asset sales.
Pursuant to House Resolution 211, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, will each control 30 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of a Congressional Review Act resolution repealing the last-minute, unfair, and unworkable Biden IRS rule that places a bureaucratic burden on the Americans who own cryptocurrency and the platforms that allow them to own it. Congress gave the IRS clear instructions in the 2021 infrastructure law regarding digital asset reporting. The IRS was given an inch and took a mile. writing a rule that is overly broad and downright sloppy in the process. The rule subjects decentralized finance platforms, or DeFi exchanges, to the same reporting requirement as a centralized bank or traditional securities broker. Under President Biden, the IRS traded congressional intent for a politically motivated mandate. The Biden administration made no secret of its opposition to digital assets and America's leadership in this booming industry. Bureaucrats weaponized every tool in the toolbox, including finalizing this rule at the 11th hour, crippling the digital asset industry and threatening American leadership and innovation in the process. Approximately 1 in 4 Americans own cryptocurrency. This rule puts a huge burden on these regular folks and could discourage participation in the digital asset market altogether. While workers lose, foreign countries win. Since only American companies and taxpayers have to comply with the burdensome rules, only American companies and taxpayers will need to spend billions of dollars to change their business models and report billions of pieces of taxpayer data. America risks losing our edge to foreign companies as a result. The rule disincentivizes the very innovation that has powered American leadership in the digital asset industry. In a global economic competition with China, this rule chips away at a source of American economic strength. There are real questions if the rule can ever even be administered. DeFi exchanges are not the same as centralized crypto exchanges or traditional banks or brokers. DeFi platforms do not and cannot even collect the information from users needed to implement this rule. Their software never controls the digital assets. DeFi platforms cannot exchange currencies, hold assets in escrow, or maintain third-party records of financial transactions like their counterparts. Yet, the Biden administration, they wanted to treat them the same. As former IRS Commissioner Rettig said himself, these new IRS crypto regulations require millions of taxpayers to file new Form 1099s in a way that would, quote, overwhelm the agency and have little or no value to be effective and efficient tax administration. The lesson here is simple. Laws passed by Congress should be interpreted and implemented fairly, not used as a pretext to gain more control over the economy at the expense of individual taxpayers. The repeal of this misguided rule would remove a barrier preventing American consumers from participating in crypto and help cement America's digital asset leadership. I want to thank my Ways and Means colleague, Congressman Mike Carey, for leading the effort to protect taxpayers from an unjustified overreach from the Biden IRS. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, back in 2021, when we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, Congress felt it was necessary to pay for what we spent. That's a novel concept around here these days, I know. As part of the offsets to that truly bipartisan bill, we made some changes around tax reporting for the sale of cryptocurrency. Under the tax system, taxpayers are required to pay tax when they sell an asset, such as stock or securities, at a gain. I know that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle bristle at that notion, but that's how our income tax works. Nothing in the bipartisan infrastructure law changed anything about the tax that cryptocurrency sellers owe. Instead, we created a reporting requirement related to the sales of these assets. When you sell stock with a stockbroker, the broker reports the proceeds of the sale to both you and the Internal Revenue Service. Probably to no one's surprise, when there is independent reporting on these sales, taxpayers are more likely to report their income to the Internal Revenue Service. It's a simple nature. When there's an independent check on one's financial gain, taxpayers are more honest in their reporting of that gain. This resolution today would repeal some, but not all of the Treasury regulations by the Biden administration regarding the new reporting requirements related to sales of cryptocurrency. Although cryptocurrency is exchanged on both centralized and decentralized platforms, the bill today only repeals the regulation related to decentralized exchanges. This inconsistent treatment of cryptocurrency exchanges leaves a significant gap in this reporting system. If this CRA, well, we've done it, passes, taxpayers who would rather avoid paying taxes on the gains of their cryptocurrency sale can now move to a decentralized exchange, knowing that the transaction will not be subject to reporting. In fact, the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that this bill will cost the federal government $4 billion in tax revenue. That is, this bill is expected to cost $4 billion in tax cheating. It is clear to me that this bill weakens the Internal Revenue Service's ability to detect and reduce cheating. Further, I'm deeply troubled by the potential of this bill to bolster nefarious criminal activity. Decentralized exchanges are far less regulated than other exchanges. They are known for being a method of laundering the sales of fentanyl and human trafficking. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle yesterday at the Rules Committee suggested that nothing is stopping Congress from coming back and modifying the rules to ensure tax compliance. Unfortunately, given that my Republican colleagues have repeatedly promoted tax cheating by the wealthy, by their repeated efforts to cut funding for IRS enforcement, this claim that they would take action to ensure tax compliance in the deregulated crypto world rings hollow. In short, this is an unpaid for $4 billion giveaway to wealthy crypto traders with the potential for side effects that are much worse. And for that reason, I do not support this joint resolution and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Carey.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
First, I'd like to thank Chairman Smith for his work on bringing this legislation to the floor. I would also like to thank the Ways and Means Committee staff for their efforts in moving this list of very important legislation forward. This common sense, bipartisan resolution would overturn the IRS digital asset sale and exchange rule, otherwise known as the DeFi broker rule. This legislation has broad bipartisan support. You know how we know this? In the Senate last week, 51 Republicans were joined by 18 Democrats and 1 independent who favored it. The DeFi broker rule, which came out of the end of 2024, implements stringent reporting requirements on decentralized finance exchanges, or DeFi exchanges. DeFi exchanges were subject to the same reporting requirements as traditional brokers and centralized exchanges, despite the fact that DeFi exchanges don't have the ability to collect any information that the IRS requires from individuals using their platforms. This goes well beyond the scope of the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act instructions to the IRS and Treasury regarding establishing rules for digital asset exchanges. Through this rule, the IRS effectively imposed consumer and technology-related regulatory policies through the tax code in absence of an explicit delegation of legislative authority. The DeFi broker rule invades the privacy of tens of millions of Americans, hinders the development of an important new industry in the United States, and would overwhelm the IRS with over 8 billion new information returns on Form 1099-DA. DA stands for digital asset. To put this in perspective, this is more than double the amount of information returns the IRS currently receives on all forms of 1099 combined. This rule would push American companies, jobs, and tax revenue overseas into foreign countries because American cryptocurrency owners would seek DeFi platforms outside the United States. It establishes what we passed this. It is essential that we pass this legislation today to avoid this nightmare from the IRS and for the American taxpayers, while ensuring that the United States is in a position to lead the world in innovation with the digital asset and cryptocurrency sector. That is why I am proud to have introduced House Joint Resolution 25, and I encourage my colleagues on both sides to vote yes on this important legislation. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Sure. I yield such time as he might consume to Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, thank you very much. Brokers who sell stocks and mutual funds have long been required to file a report in January of each year on Form 1099. They send it to their customers. They send it to the Internal Revenue Service. Many honest taxpayers out there right now have been collecting their 1099s from a bank or a securities broker to attach when they pay their taxes. Well-established crypto exchanges like Coinbase and Binance are this year required to do the same thing. So why is it that Republicans are coming here today and saying, we want these decentralized finance crypto exchanges to be exempt from what everyone else in the financial service industry does? Well, the answer is 2 words. The answer is the same answer as to why it is we're about to see approved a new spending bill tonight. It's the same answer as to why Republicans are insistent on a reconciliation bill that will add literally trillions of dollars to our national debt as they boast about being fiscal conservatives who are cutting health care in this country. It's the same answer as to why Republicans can't find their tongue when Elon Musk goes rampaging through our civil service. The president is responsible for dismissing more veterans than any president in the history of the United States. It's the same answer that exists when the same rampage is undermining Social Security and the ability of the Social Security system to pay those checks that have been the lifeline for so many individuals who are seniors or individuals with disability. The answer, in short, is Donald Trump. Because shortly before he became president, Mr. Trump began raking in tens of millions of dollars in fees by launching his own meme coin, and the Trump family launched World Liberty Financial, which seeks to become a future decentralized finance. As usual, the Trumps don't want to play by the rules that apply to mere commoners. King Trump, as he has self-described himself, plays by different rules for the royalty. And of course, disclosure and transparency are absolute anathema to this administration, for whom lies are the currency of the realm. Getting a special interest exemption from a pesky 1099 disclosure makes tax evasion and money laundering so much easier for the wealthy Republican donors who've been using these decentralized exchanges. And this bill to exempt crypto fraud is consistent with the decision of Trump's SEC last week, sudden decision to halt prosecuting fraud against a Chinese businessman who just coincidentally invested $75 million in the Trump family's World Liberty Financial. In this administration, friends don't prosecute friends, or certainly not friendly investors. And despite President Trump's claim that he must launch a trade war and impose a 25% tax on Americans who purchase anything from Canada in order to stop the estimated fraction of 1% of the fentanyl that enters our country from that longtime ally, today's bill opens the door to rewarding drug traffickers in fentanyl and cocaine and whatever, as well as terrorists. You need not take my word for it. We can turn to a Republican, Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who said, quote, "Cryptocurrency has played an increasingly prominent role in the global fentanyl trade, both in terms of manufacturing and trafficking of fentanyl and in launching drug cartels and criminal proceeds. This is particularly true," he says, "of the so-called decentralized crypto exchanges for which this bill provides a totally unjustified special treatment." And according to the Nonpartisan Fact Coalition, cryptocurrency is becoming attractive to hostile actors like Hamas, who seek ways to sidestep sanctions. The risks are especially severe with decentralized finance platforms, which are enabled to operate outside the traditional regulatory oversight that applies to others. The further note when we talk about fiscal responsibility, this bill, $4 billion added to our national debt, they can't even question that. It's like the $8 billion in one of the gifts they gave to the oil industry last week. So $4 billion here and $8 billion there, and $4 trillion or so with the Republican tax bill to provide more tax breaks to people like Elon Musk and the people that were there on the front row of the president's inauguration. It adds up. And those Republicans who've been telling us we have a great national security problem with our national debt are so concerned about it that they're going to add trillions of dollars more, and $4 billion is nothing to ignore, which this bill does and does not pay for. We should reject this new Trump special interest legislation that will just result in more corruption in this administration, a loophole that would be exploited by wealthy tax cheats, drug traffickers, and terrorist financiers, and for which there is absolutely no reasonable justification. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Smith. The IRS's D5 broker rule is a misguided and overreaching attempt to impose financial reporting requirements, which represents a fundamental misunderstanding of digital assets and its underlying technology. D5 protocols are not brokers. They don't facilitate transactions like traditional financial institutions, nor can they collect and report user information. D5 protocols provide infrastructure. Expecting them to track and report user activity is both impractical and misaligned with their core function of what they do. Yet the IRS wants to force software developers, validators, and even everyday users into compliance with regulations that simply don't fit. This is the equivalent of requiring the builders of our interstate highways to report the identity of every driver who uses them. It's unworkable, it's unfair, and it completely misses the mark. This rule would drive U.S. blockchain innovation overseas, killing jobs and stifling economic growth while doing little to increase tax compliance. Congress should lead in crafting clear, workable regulations that protect consumers, ensuring that innovation isn't stifled and compliance remains practical. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and do away with this unworkable rule. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of House Joint Resolution 25, which overturns the Biden administration's misguided attempt to impose unworkable reporting requirements on the digital asset industry. In November, the American people sent a very clear message. They were tired of the far-left policies of the Biden administration. They gave President Trump a mandate to turn our country around. Despite this clear mandate and warnings from committees, the Biden administration pressed forward with partisan midnight rulemaking. Last December, the Internal Revenue Service finalized a rule that would require decentralized platforms to facilitate digital asset transactions to report user data to the IRS. User data. While the Biden administration claimed this rule was about improving tax compliance, in reality it goes far beyond what Congress ever intended. This rule would place impossible burdens on software developers, threaten American leadership in digital asset innovation, and ultimately drive entrepreneurs and investors overseas. We cannot continue the Biden-era policies that crush innovation and put American companies at a disadvantage. That's why I support House Joint Resolution 25, which repeals this harmful IRS rule and allows Congress to develop a targeted, common-sense framework that protects both consumer privacy and American innovation. This resolution is backed by over 117 industry leaders, including the Blockchain Association, Coinbase, and the Crypto Council for Innovation. Empowering innovation, not stifling it, is key to keeping America competitive. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to stand with American entrepreneurs and innovators by supporting House Joint Resolution 25. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests. So I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Pardon me. The gentleman from Missouri is ready to close?
Yes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate the heartfelt arguments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But at the end of the day, it's hard for me to overcome the fact that this bill would add $4 billion to the deficit solely due to taxpayer noncompliance. If Republicans have a meaningful solution to address this noncompliance, we look forward to working with you on it. But embracing tax cheating by completely throwing these rules out is simply not the answer. And for that reason, I do not support this joint resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this afternoon, we reminded the other chamber that the Constitution says all revenue measures must originate in the House of Representatives. The Senate must have been just so excited about this bipartisan CRA that they couldn't wait another minute. But that's okay. Whether it's the CRA or the budget, guess they will just have to vote again. Mr. Speaker, the repeal of the Biden IRS rule is a victory for common sense. The federal government shouldn't demand decentralized finance platforms used by ordinary Americans to buy and sell cryptocurrency to fill out forms when those platforms don't collect the information needed for the form. Neither the American people nor the IRS are equipped to handle the demands of this unworkable rule. These platforms are not like banks. They're not like security brokers, yet this rule treats them as if they are. In order to justify the burden placed on ordinary people, Mr. Speaker, the Biden IRS stretched and twisted congressional intent to enact regulations designed to cripple the digital asset industry. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this bill and help dismantle the politically motivated regulations from the last administration. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 211, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Internal Revenue Service relating to gross proceeds reporting by brokers that regularly provide services effectuating digital asset sales.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed.
Mr. Speaker.
Purpose the gentleman right.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Okay. Does the gentleman from Oklahoma, Chairman Cole, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 211, I call up the bill H.R. 1968, a full year continuing appropriations and extension act for 2025, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1968, a bill making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 211, the amendment printed in House Report 11915 is adopted and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 1968, the full year Continuing Appropriations and Extensions Act of 2025. Today's bill comes about at a critical time for this institution and this nation. As members are well aware, government funding all runs out at midnight on Friday. That means that members are faced with a stark but clear choice. Will they vote in favor of this bill and thereby keep the government open and operating, or will they vote no, thereby affirmatively choosing to shut down the government? This choice is the choice we face today. We are now nearly 5.5 months into the fiscal year 2025. Congress has previously passed 2 short-term continuing resolutions, both of which extended government funding and kept the status quo in place, ensuring the government can remain open. Today's bill is really no different than the CR passed in December. Other than the most essential and critical anomalies, it simply maintains current conditions through the end of the fiscal year. For those who supported the CR in December, you should have no qualms about voting for the same way on today's bill. There are no policy differences, no poison pills, and no reason to vote against keeping the government open and operating. A year-long CR is not how I hoped that FY 2025 appropriations process would end. The Appropriations Committee and the House did their work. Indeed, the committee reported out all 12 appropriations bills by midsummer, and the House passed 5 of those bills, covering over 70% of discretionary spending across the floor by the end of July. Sadly, despite our best efforts, we were unable to come to a final agreement on the full-year appropriations bills. Although we were very close on a final dollar figure, my colleagues in the minority made additional demands that would restrict the legitimate authority of the executive in the appropriations process. These are restrictions that the minority would never accept for a Democratic president, nor are they provisions that President Trump would or should sign into law. It is deeply unfortunate and disappointing that the minority chose to make these unreasonable demands. Republicans never left the negotiating table and indeed worked diligently with Democrats to reach a bicameral, bipartisan deal. Sadly, the minority allowed their opposition to the president to cloud their judgment, giving in to a political temper tantrum rather than voting to keep the government open. That truly is the choice before us, Mr. Speaker. Today's bill is a simple, straightforward, continuing resolution, funding the government and keeping it open through September 30th. It maintains the status quo, providing flat funding for the government and including only legitimate anomalies. Importantly, this bill does not contain a single poison pill policy rider. It's a clean CR, fully funding our government. This includes our military and defense needs, and indeed we've accomplished this while also fully funding the Department of Defense, including the largest pay raise for junior enlisted personnel in over 40 years. We're also maintaining funding for other critical functions of government, including border defense, roads, parks, child water infrastructure projects, biomedical research, job training, and countless others. I know members have heard some fear-mongering about Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. This bill makes no changes to any of these programs, leaving them intact as is, and with the funding they need to operate through the end of the fiscal year. Let me say that again. There are no changes to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, period. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of the fiscal year 2025 appropriations process is not what I wanted, but at the end of the day, it is significantly better than the alternative, a government shutdown. The choice is clear. Either members will vote for this bill and for keeping the government open, or they will vote to shut the government down. I know which option my constituents expect, and I know which I will choose. I urge all my colleagues to do the same, vote for this bill, vote to keep the government open and operating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserve. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. Doyle, is recognized to debate the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Lady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to this one-year continuing resolution. It is not a simple stopgap that keeps the lights on, the doors open. This is Republican leadership handing over the keys of the government and a blank check to Elon Musk and to President Trump. As the White House has said, this bill creates more flexibility for this administration to continue to undermine the Constitution and the countless spending laws by stealing promised investments from American families, children, and businesses, unlawfully dismantling agencies, arbitrarily firing civil servants, and canceling union contracts. Read the Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7. The power of the purse resides with the Congress and not with the executive, and in fact, the President has no legitimate authority from meddling in the appropriations process. Our colleagues across the aisle have gone to their districts. They witnessed rage from their constituents at these actions. They have been advised by their political consultants not to do town halls altogether. Why bother listening to the American people? It was President Lincoln who said, "Public sentiment is everything, and without it you can do nothing." They do not have public sentiment. So now what we should do? The answer should not be cutting non-defense programs by $15 billion and defense by $3 billion as compared to the Fiscal Responsibility Act agreement in 2025. They are in violation of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. There is an agreement with Senator Schumer, Speaker Johnson. We all voted for it here. But this is a violation, cuts non-defense $15 billion and defense by $3 billion. Why do they want to shortchange defense investments by $3 billion? I ask them. Not only is it bad for our military, there is a reason the Department of Defense has never operated for an entire year under a continuing resolution. And above all, it transfers more power to the administration to shut off and repurpose funding as they see fit. The will of the Congress and the people ignored. Elon Musk and President Trump would be able to fire thousands of employees. Yes, we do not oversee Social Security. That's in the purview of the Ways and Means Committee. However, we do have control over the administration of Social Security. And the President and Elon Musk would be able to fire thousands of employees at the Social Security Administration. Just witness, they're talking about 7,000 positions gone. What does that result in? Office closures, longer wait times, unacceptable backlogs for Americans trying to access their earned benefits. In effect, you remove the staff and the personnel, thereby crippling the agency to be able to do its job and, yes, to provide benefits. And it's nice if you can individually negotiate with the administration on your own to keep your Social Security office open. 47 are on the docket to get closed. If one stays open, why not all 47? The Army Corps of Engineers construction projects would be cut by $1.4 billion, 44%. And President Trump, not the Congress, would determine who gets the funding, what city, state, locality, and how much money that is there. Instead of helping address housing costs, the bill cuts rent subsidies by over $700 million. It leaves landlords to foot the bill or to evict. We will evict more than 32,000 households. This bill breaks promises to veterans. House Republicans wisely proposed $23 billion in advance funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund to care for veterans that were exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, other toxic substances in their own bill. Their bill last summer was in there. We voted for the PACT Act on a bipartisan basis. But that $23 billion in advance funding has now disappeared. It is gone. We do advanced funding here. We do it with veterans programs, others. We do it with the Indian Health Service. We do it for public broadcasting. Why do we not want to do it for veterans' care and their health care and their treatment? Why? If I were a veteran and they said no to my advanced program, and we do advanced program funding, so issues like veterans' medical care doesn't get caught up in the political whims of this organization, of this body. Veterans today have to understand that that $23 billion for them is not there. There is uncertainty about that. And there's no emergency funding in this bill for disaster relief. It abandons American families who have had their lives turned upside down by extreme weather. You know, the funding for the disaster relief runs out in the spring. What about Kentucky that just had a winter storm in February? Families will not be able to get back on their feet and recover. Neither will businesses who have been shut down because of a disaster, a natural disaster. You know, the decisions about investments that we make cannot be entrusted in one single office holder. This Congress must decide, do we have the authority to control spending as we were granted and is laid out in Article 1 of the Constitution? Why? Why would we want to relinquish this, to give this administration, which is already doing massive harm, dismantling agencies, firing people, telling them today they're no longer needed, the chaos and confusion that has been caused by Elon Musk and President Trump? Why would we want to turn over our authority to appropriate bills? I implore my colleagues, join me. Stand up for our constituents against an unelected billionaire, Elon Musk, who was stealing taxpayers' dollars from American families, children, and businesses. Oppose this giveaway to the administration. Pass a short-term CR, which I introduced yesterday, which would take us to April 11th to continue negotiations and pass regular bills. Let us finish the regular bills that we agree on. That would be such an improvement over a full-year continuing resolution. And I would just say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, a shutdown will be the result of the Republican majority walking away from negotiations. We were that close. They pulled the rug out from under us and said, stop negotiating, because Musk and Trump want to have the control with a full-year continuing resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Alford of Missouri.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair. And I just want to preface this by saying how much respect I have for the ranking member and her passionate arguments. Although we don't agree, I do respect her highly. Mr. Speaker, America broke up with the progressive Democrats, but they just can't let it go. And in the words of Glenn Close, they will not be ignored. They're like the ex in the 1987 movie Fatal Attraction. The ex who got dumped and is stuck in a deranged reality, refusing to move on. They're causing chaos, spreading mistruths, and doing everything they can to disrupt what the American people voted for, all because they cannot accept that their big government, open border, America Last agenda is over. We saw it just last week in this very chamber, Mr. Speaker. We see it when we go back home to try to have conversations with our constituents. It's quite simple. House Republicans are here to govern. We are passing a continuing resolution to keep America open for business, freeze wasteful spending, and secure our border. This continuing resolution gives President Trump the time and power to continue draining the swamp and undoing the damage the radical left did to our country for the past 4 long years. And what is the far left doing? Throwing a tantrum. A childish, petulant tantrum full of fear-mongering and gaslighting of the American people, rooting for a shutdown just so that they can point fingers. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. It's not going to work. We're not falling for it. We're not playing this game. This will be a Schumer shutdown when it gets to the Senate, if that happens. The American people chose secure borders, a secure economy, secure neighborhoods, and an America First agenda. The progressive Democrats just can't accept it. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? This breakup is final. Republicans are moving on. We will pass this CR. We will keep America running.
I urge progressive Democrats to join the rest of the nation. It's that, or they can keep screaming into the void because America is not taking them back. The breakup is over. So leave the rabbit in the backyard alone. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentlelady for her tremendous leadership and for yielding. I don't really understand the fatal attraction reference, because if anyone is dealing with fatal attraction, it's between President Trump and House Republicans. As soon as he says jump, your only answer is how high. It doesn't matter whether you are hurting the American people. That's why House Republicans are marching the country on a track toward the largest Medicaid cut in American history. You hurt children, hurt families, hurt Americans with disabilities, hurt seniors, close nursing homes and close hospitals. When Donald Trump says jump, extreme MAGA Republicans say how high. That's the fatal attraction. That's hurting the people of the United States of America. And by the way, the core promise that you made last year was about lowering costs. All you talked about was how you were going to lower the high cost of living. Democrats believe that America is too expensive. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. And insurance costs are too high. America is too expensive. We believe that that, in fact, is the case. But Republicans have done nothing to lower the high cost of living. No bill, no executive order, no administrative action. That's the broken promise. We were told by President Trump that costs were going to go down on day one. Grocery prices haven't gone down, they've gone up. Inflation is up. You know what's going down? The stock market. Because President Trump and House Republicans are crashing the economy in real time and marching us to a possible Republican recession. That's what's confronting the American people. And so now we have this partisan, reckless spending bill that we're being asked to consider on the floor today. Bipartisan negotiations were underway. Rosa DeLauro was at the table, working to reach an agreement consistent with the Fiscal Responsibility Act that was passed by Republicans and Democrats and then signed into law in 2023. But when Donald Trump says jump, extreme MAGA Republicans say how high. And he ordered the Republicans to leave the negotiating table to try to jam this far-right extremist bill down the throats of the American people. There are so many challenges with this bill, too many to detail. But let me just articulate a few. The House Republican, highly partisan, shutdown threatening bill is an attack on veterans, it's an attack on families, it's an attack on seniors. It cuts funding for veterans, including billions of dollars in funds that will be cut from veterans in desperate need of health care for people who serve this country, who are suffering from painful exposure to toxic substances, Agent Orange and burn pits. And this bill, before this House, cuts billions of dollars in that health care that is desperately needed. That's an attack on veterans. It's an attack on children and families in America because this bill cuts funding for nutritional assistance that would otherwise be available for everyday Americans to put food on the table. When people are already struggling because grocery prices aren't going down, they're going up under this administration. And yet, this Republican bill will cut funding for nutritional assistance. That's an attack on children and families here in America. It's an attack on seniors, an attack on everyday Americans, an attack on housing, an attack on health care, which cuts funds from things like Alzheimer's research to help older Americans battle these challenges. That's what this extreme Republican bill is all about. It will hurt families, hurt seniors, and hurt veterans. The second problem, equally troublesome, is that this bill does nothing to protect Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. We've been very clear. As Democrats, we look forward in this Congress to protecting these vitally important priorities for the American people. Why is the bill silent on these priorities? Because you are trying to set in motion a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, and a chainsaw to Medicaid. Your other boss yesterday confirmed that when he said that these entitlement programs, as he called them, they're not entitlement programs, they are earned benefits. When you start to use the language of entitlement programs, it's because you're trying to set in motion an assault on Social Security and an assault on Medicare. It's saying the quiet part out loud. We know you're going after Social Security and Medicare because you've been firing thousands of people from the Social Security Administration. You want to collapse the system. And this bill does nothing to stop that. All it does is facilitate the collapsing of Social Security by dismantling the Social Security Administration. And of course, we know what's going on with your assault on Medicaid, $880 billion. Assaulting the health care of the American people. We've been very clear. We'll work together to protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid. You have no interest in doing that because you want to take a chainsaw to these priorities. And by the way, it has nothing to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. As Democrats, we've been very clear. We want to build a federal government, make sure that we have a federal government that's effective, that's efficient, and that's equitable, delivering services all across the country in a manner that spends taxpayer dollars wisely. But that's not what this effort is all about. This bill will unleash fury on the American people. It will facilitate the ongoing effort that is currently underway. The average Social Security recipient in this country receives $65 a day. They have to survive on $65 a day. But you want to take a chainsaw to Social Security. When Elon Musk and his tens of billions of dollars of government contracts essentially makes at least $8 million a day from the taxpayers. If you want to uncover waste, fraud, or abuse, start there. Don't start with the $65 a day that Social Security recipients receive from their earned benefits, from their hard work throughout their entire lives. Start there. Elon Musk is $8 billion a day feeding at the trough of the American taxpayer. This has nothing to do, this bill right here, with waste, fraud, and abuse. It's all part of a broader scheme to pass massive tax cuts for billionaire donors, the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, and then to stick working-class Americans with the bill. This entire scheme. And as Democrats, we want no part of it because we're fighting hard to make life better for everyday Americans, to make sure that when you work hard and play by the rules in the United States of America, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. Educate your children, purchase a home, have access to health care. Go on vacation every now and then. One day retire with grace and with dignity. That's the American dream. As House Democrats, we're fighting to preserve. This Republican shutdown bill does nothing to enhance the American dream. It undermines it. Which is why we are strongly opposed to this effort, part of a power grab from those who are unelected, unaccountable, unhinged, and then working at the direction of this administration, which again has done nothing to improve the economy, nothing to lower costs, nothing to make life better for everyday Americans. And this reckless Republican bill will make things worse. I was in Selma over the weekend. We had an opportunity to once again cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Think about the fact that John Lewis and Amelia Boykin Robinson and Hosea Williams and so many others, as they stood on that bridge, knew that there was trouble on the other side. But even though there was trouble on the other side, they believed that their cause was righteous, and it was. It was a just one. It was designed to make America the best version of herself. And we stand here today, standing on their shoulders, continuing that effort. How do we make sure that the American dream is alive and well for everyone in every corner of America, throughout every community? And that's what House Democrats will continue to fight for. That's why we oppose this bill, this effort to hurt families and veterans and seniors and children and everyday Americans. And so we're going to continue to show up. We're going to continue to stand up. We're going to continue to speak up for what is right. We oppose this bill. We oppose this partisan effort to hurt the American people. And we will continue to stand on the side of bringing the American dream to life for every single American. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Oklahoma. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I have great respect for the Democratic leader and certainly great respect and personal friendship for a distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Committee. But I don't know what bill the leader read, but it certainly wasn't this bill. We've heard a lot of time about Social Security. There's nothing in this bill on Social Security, not a single thing. We heard a lot about Medicare. We don't deal with Medicare on the Appropriations Committee. It's not in here. We heard a lot about Medicaid. It's not in here either. If it be dealt with, it'll be dealt with in a reconciliation bill, but not this bill. This bill is about keeping the government open, something my friends pride themselves on and have often patted themselves on the back on. You got the opportunity to do it today, because that's all this bill does. It does a couple of other interesting things. It actually, my friend said, we cut funds for food support. It doesn't do that. It actually adds $500 million to WIC. He said you cut support for housing. It doesn't do that. It actually adds money to the housing accounts. If you actually go through the bill, the charges made simply don't have much to do with what's in this bill. The simple reality is we're either going to keep the government open or we're going to shut it down. If you want to keep the government open, keep working on these problems, you vote yes. If you want to shut the government down, throw the country into chaos, you vote no. It's certainly the privilege of my friends on the other side to vote how they care to vote, but don't say there are things in this bill which simply are not there. That's just the fear-mongering of the worst sort. Frankly, again, I would just urge my friends to keep the government open. And by the way, just for the record, neither the President nor the Speaker ever asked me to leave the negotiating table, ever. Quite the opposite. The Speaker said, keep going, keep trying, keep at it. We are 4 days away from a shutdown. It was my friends that introduced a lot of things in the negotiations that aren't normally appropriations issues. Chose to do that. We couldn't come to a deal. We're pretty close on the top line number. We were right there. But we're not going to have a Republican Senate and a Republican House restrict a Republican president from the legitimate exercise of executive authority and then, oh, by the way, ask him to sign the bill. How do you think that's going to work out? That's not a very reasonable request. We resisted it. My friend Senator Collins, who was my negotiating partner from the Senate, resisted it. And we'll continue to resist it, and that's not going to happen. But this bill is about none of those things. This bill is about keeping the government open. You choose to shut it down, then that's your prerogative. You're allowed to do that. But I don't intend to do that. I don't think my colleagues on my side of the aisle intend to do that. And I would urge Democrats who actually read the bill to reflect on it and avoid shutting down the government as well and working with us in that regard. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
The President has no legitimate authority by the Constitution to insert himself into the appropriations process. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. And I adopt all of what the leader said, notwithstanding the rebuttal from the chairman of our committee. This bill is about giving Trump more unfettered power. That's what this bill is about. This country is in crisis and chaos over the last 45 days plus days. And this bill will continue that process. The Congress, if it passes this bill, will have failed. We should have passed all of our bills by September 30th of last year. We didn't. We then passed, as some of the Republicans have said, some appropriation bills. All of them were partisan bills. This is a partisan bill. In a Congress that is that close, you would think that we would come together and work together. But one of our members said, if Trump says, pat our heads and jump up and down, that's what we'll do. Welcome to the pat our heads and jump up and down. CR. A CR is failure. The majority puts forth its partisan CR that helps this administration dismantle vital services for the American people, outlined by our leader, rejecting any guardrails on these illegal and unconstitutional actions by Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump. That chainsaw that they want to take to federal employees and the federal government. This bill requires the District of Columbia, for instance, to take a $1.1 billion cut, not out of federal funds, out of their own funds that they tax their people. It defunds the police. I wish I had more time to say how bad this bill is. Vote no.
Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Republican Majority Leader, my good friend Steve Scalise of Louisiana.
Gentleman is recognized from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Oklahoma, the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, Mr. Cole, for his leadership at helping negotiate
a really important bill to keep government funded. As has been duly noted along the way, over these past year, roughly 6 months, this House, the last majority in the last Congress, passed over 70% of the government funding bills, Mr. Speaker. We passed them to the Senate, and back then, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats were in charge, and they chose not to pass a single House appropriations bill, not one. The House, under Republican majority, not always with help from the other side, but we still got it done on our own, passed over 70% of the government funding bills, and then eventually got to a point where we had to let the Senate try to get something done, which unfortunately they didn't, and then we got to the verge of a shutdown, and we said we are not going to let that happen, and we had a short-term funding bill. And here we are again, we're on the eve of another potential shutdown, and this Republican majority said we're not going to let that happen. In fact, this Republican president, Donald Trump, said we're not going to let that happen either. It would be irresponsible to have a government shutdown. And maybe it's because Donald Trump said he's for it that then the Democrat leadership decided they were going to be against it. And when did they decide they were going to be against this bill? Before the bill was even written. Before it was filed, they came out against it and started saying things that were in the bill when it wasn't even written, Mr. Speaker. You heard them talking about cuts to Medicare, cuts to veterans. The bill wasn't even written, and they were already making up stories to try to figure out how to vote no and shut the government down. That's sadly where this Democrat Party has gotten. The Democrat Party of today is a leaderless, rudderless ship. They don't have an agenda. You saw it at the State of the Union, Mr. Speaker, when you saw President Trump not only laying out his agenda that 77 million people, a majority of Americans, went to the polls to elect. The mandate that President Trump got, not just with a majority of Americans and a majority of the Electoral College, but all seven out of 7 swing states all voted for President Trump because they wanted that agenda implemented. And what irritates the Democrats the most? The fact that President Trump is following through on the promises that he made, actually doing the things he said he would do. He's securing the border. That was the #1 issue all across this country. No matter which state you went to, people wanted a secure border, and he's following through on it. And yet the Democrat Party is criticizing him for doing that part of his job. Rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in government, something that should be bipartisan. In fact, it used to be bipartisan to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, but now because Donald Trump is doing it, the Democrat Party of today up here in Washington is so consumed with hatred that they oppose even rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. That has been not only highlighted up here, but people around the country are talking about getting rid of that waste once they've seen it. A lot of this was a veil that was pulled down where people couldn't even find out what was going on because the payment systems were being hidden by the Biden administration. We couldn't even find out about a lot of that spending that we were anecdotally hearing about. But finally, you saw it on full display. And it was so embarrassing that some of those employees have left. Fortunately, a lot of that taxpayer money that was being wasted is now being saved. And the money is being recouped so that we can shore up programs that work vitally for people. The President talked about Social Security, a program that we help protect. When you've got somebody that's listed as 300 years old in the Social Security system, that shows you the kind of fraud and abuse that's going on. And the fact that President Trump is willing to confront that and take it on so that people actually paid into the program their whole lives can get the benefits they deserve. That's what people elected President Trump and this majority on the Republican side to do. But you would think Democrats would want to join in and help accomplish that. And yet here they are on this floor talking about things that aren't even in the bill, trying to scare people, talking about cuts to veterans in the bill, and maybe because they just didn't read the bill. It's only 99 pages long. I would urge them to go read it. They might actually vote for this bill in the next hour because they'll realize, in fact, the cuts that they're talking about are not true. They're not in the bill. There's an increase for veterans in this bill. You know what else is in this bill, Mr. Speaker? And I want to applaud, again, the chairman of the Appropriations Committee and his members for negotiating something that's been needed for a long time, and that is the largest pay raise for our junior enlisted military personnel in over 40 years. Now, if somebody doesn't think our men and women in uniform deserve that pay raise, maybe they'll vote no. I'm proud to say I'm going to be voting yes to support our men and women in uniform who've been waiting for that raise and deserve it. How can you justify a no vote on that, Mr. Speaker? That's actually in the bill. As they talk all day about what's not in the bill, because they were against it before it was even written, if they actually read this bill, again, only 99 pages, it's a pretty quick read, you would find out that pay raise for our troops is in the bill. Stronger funding for our veterans is in the bill. But why are they voting no, you would ask? Just because the name of the president is Donald Trump. I think the people of this country are fed up with that kind of hatred that consumes people here in Washington. Again, when you watch the State of the Union address, and the president is not even talking about his agenda, he's introducing and paying tribute to a 13-year-old boy who just beat cancer. And they couldn't even stand up and applaud that on their side because of the person who said it. If the hatred is so consuming that you can't even support what's great about America, maybe you need to reevaluate what's important in doing these jobs. We are elected to represent the people, and if the president, no matter who he is or she is, has a great idea, you support it. There were a lot of things about Barack Obama's policies I disagreed with, Mr. Speaker. Yet when he said something that was good for America at a State of the Union, I stood up. We actually worked with the president. The chairman was part of that, Chairman Cole, in passing the 21st Century Cures Act, last bill that Barack Obama signed, to help put more funding into NIH so we could cure major diseases. We protect those gains in this bill. But if they're advocating to vote no, they're advocating for a government shutdown. It's a binary choice. It's not like there's a plan B behind door number 2, Mr. Speaker. So if the plan is to vote no, what you're really saying is you want to shut down the government. And I know a lot of Democrats, we all get to bring a guest to the State of the Union. And they get to sit up in the balcony. You've got the First Lady and the President's guests up there. Again, the 13-year-old boy who beat cancer. The widow of a slain police officer who was in the balcony that they would not even applaud and pay tribute to. But they were there too, but everybody else got to bring a guest. Most Democrats bragged that they were bringing federal workers as their guests. You saw a lot of them holding rallies out in front of federal offices with federal employees, some of who hadn't shown up for work in 3 years since COVID, but they found their way to the office, not to work, but to protest. Democrats are about to vote to furlough all of those federal workers. Why? Not because of what's in the bill. They've been telling you stories that aren't even true about what's in the bill. They don't like it because of the name of the President of the United States. Aren't we bigger than that? Aren't we a better country than that, Mr. Speaker? This is our responsibility to get this job done and then turn the page and go to work. This is the business, frankly, of the Biden administration that we're cleaning up. And we all ought to join together and finish that and then come together and start a real appropriations process where we move not just 70% of the bills in the House and 0 in the Senate. And Senator Thune, to his credit, as the new majority leader, has vowed to actually work on a true appropriations process so we're not working at the midnight hour on CRs, but where we can actually have a full functioning appropriations process, something we haven't seen in this town in a long time. We have to first take care of yesterday's business before we can start on tomorrow's appropriations process. And so it's critical that we get this job done, not to vote to lay off and furlough all the federal workers, the TSA agents. You won't even be able to go to the airport or your favorite federal park if they got their way. Let's actually get our work done so we can start a 12-bill appropriations process that moves through the Senate too, where you can actually have a negotiation between two sides of the aisle. Again, something we haven't seen in a long time, but is long past due. It's a new day in America. And I applaud President Trump. And we had Vice President J.D. Vance this morning come and talk about the importance of passing this bill too, because they want to fix the problems of this nation. They want to fulfill the promises that were made during the campaign and follow through on the mandate that was given to President Trump, Vice President Vance, and this Republican majority in the House and Senate by 77 million people to turn this country around. Let's get back to being the greatest country in the history of the world. We can do it. We can come together and solve big problems. But we solve big problems by first taking care of the basics of government, and that's to keep the government open. Let's pass this CR. Let's see a big vote to do it too. I welcome both sides of the aisle. My friends on the other side, they can criticize a bill they've never read that wasn't even filed, but once they look at this bill, I think you might even see some of them vote yes as well. Let's get our work done, and let's move on to the next challenges that the American people expect us to deliver on for them. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
The President did make a promise to drive down the cost of living. Instead, he's driven up prices. With that, I want to recognize and yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, and I thank the gentlelady from Connecticut for yielding. Republicans made a promise to the American people. We're going to build a stronger economy, we're going to lower costs, and we're going to have safer communities. But for 7 weeks, we have seen nothing but ideas and bills that break that promise. We all want government to run more efficiently, to be better for people who depend on it. But stealing money from the Veterans Administration, from schools, from law enforcement, from children's health care, and giving it to a tax cut to the wealthiest man on earth and his billionaire friends, that's not finding efficiencies. That's not taking on waste and fraud in government. It's destroying working families. The GOP are crushing the American people under the weight of their own political ambition. Rents are going up. Housing is in a crisis. This bill today, they propose to evict 32,000 families from their home. 32,000. Those are veterans. Those are kids. Those are seniors. Those are domestic violence survivors. Eggs at my grocery store on Sunday were $8.49 a dozen. In this bill, you propose to take $27 million away from the inspectors who go out to our chicken farms who are fighting and trying to stop bird flu that is causing the spike in eggs. What kind of insanity is that? And then if we look at the budget overall, we've got health care spiking, and you want to cut Medicaid. That's the answer? Seniors' cost of living is out of control. And you're saying, let's run up the cost of prescription drugs. And as Elon told us directly this week, coming next, you want to eliminate Social Security. Give me more time. So if you feel this is the mandate that you have, you can do that on your own.
Time's expired. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my very good friend and senior member of the Appropriations Committee, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. And first, let me say I appreciate the work the chairman has done over the last several months, trying to get our regular appropriation bills done and then trying to get this CR finished when it became apparent we weren't going to be able to negotiate a top line yet. Something that we will continue to work on. But there's a lot of things that have been said on this floor that I have to say just aren't true. Not a different interpretation of the facts. They're just not true. There's nothing in here that cuts Social Security. There's nothing in here that cuts Medicare. There's nothing in here that cuts Medicaid. But yet I keep hearing that. That's the talking points that were created before this bill was actually written. It is difficult to write a year-long CR. First time I can remember it being done. It's almost harder writing that than it is writing the regular appropriation bills because we have to put anomalies in it. Things that have to be done as we move on with the regular funding. The reason I've been able to support this CR and will vote for it is because of the work that our chairman, Mr. Cole, has done with some of these anomalies that were absolutely necessary. In the interior arena, there were 4 anomalies that really needed to be addressed to get this CR done. One is it fully funds PILT payments, which is an estimated level of $600 million, $85 million above what was the current level. In Indian country, the CR increases funding for Indian health services to expand availability and direct health care services, funding the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, BIE programs are held at 2024 enacted levels. The CR removes the 2024 earmarks with BIA and HIS, but the overall net effect on tribal programs is still a $25 million increase. In addition, program increases, the CR also provides $999 million an increase for tribal contract support costs and an additional $256 million for Section 105(1) leases in an effort to continue our commitment to upholding our trust and treaty responsibilities. It also increases on a permanent basis the wildfire fighting fire pay. That costs $147 million. It actually saves us $20 million, $27 million, rather than just extending the one-year extension of the wildfire pay. And I think when we've seen those great jobs that wildfire fighters do for us, it's incredible what they do. We don't pay them enough now. And if you can make more flippin' burgers in California than you can fighting wildfires, then something's wrong. So this permanently fixes that for us. It's a very important bill. Shutting down government is never good policy. It's never good politics. Why anyone, Republican or Democrat, would vote against this, I have no idea. This is a good bill. I hope we all vote for it.
Gentlewoman is recognized from Connecticut.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the ranking member, DeLauro, for allowing me this time. This bill was drafted by Musk's greed machine and seeks to put its claws even deeper into the pockets of our people. Why? To extract the largest transfer of wealth from money they're taking from these bills, from middle class and working class people, and put it in the pockets of the top 1% who already own half of this country, a handful of people, so very wealthy. The top 1% of billionaires now own as much wealth as the bottom half of our population. That's what's going wrong, and I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Elon Musk and his Doge boys don't need Medicaid, Social Security, veterans benefits. Our Constitution assigns our legislative branch the responsibility to direct federal spending, not unelected billionaires and the 1%. In our subcommittee area of energy and water development, this Musk bill would stifle American prosperity by cutting nearly half of the Army Corps' budget. Musk and Trump don't know anything about public works and how essential the Army Corps is to our daily life in every district in this country and to economic growth. The greed machine wants to steal assets from America's people and put them in the pockets of billionaires at places like Mar-a-Lago. Oh, did I say that right? Mar-a-Lago, yeah. Okay. Now, finally, the greed machine is cutting a total of nearly $600 million in support for local law enforcement. That's nearly $600 million in cuts of local police, leaving the kitty dry. The greed machine is underfunding our local police. In opposing the bill, I stand with our people, not with the billionaires and their greed machine. Think about it. Why rob Main Street to dole out even bigger tax breaks and more contracts for the Mar-a-Lago crowd and billionaires whose crew haven't got a clue what working life is like for American men and women? It's overtime for them to pay their fair share. Vote no on this horrendous bill, and I yield back.
Time's expired. Gentleman's recognized from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Florida and member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Rutherford.
Mr. Rutherford, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you yielding, and I really appreciate all the hard work that got us here today. Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, as I sat here on this floor listening to the conversation, it reminded me of an old saying that my father had for many, many years. I heard this, that a lie can travel around the world 3 times before the truth can get up and put its pants on. Well, that was before the internet. So now, after what I've heard today, I would say it's probably more like 100 times a lie can travel around the world before the truth can get up and put its pants on. And I happen to know that House Republicans have been working diligently to fully fund the core federal government services so that President Trump and his administration can continue to identify the waste, fraud, and abuse of American tax dollars, protect our border, and support Americans, including our veterans, contrary to what you heard, our military families, first responders, of which I'm a former, and our seniors. Most importantly, by passing H.R. 1986, this continuing resolution, we are ensuring that a costly government shutdown does not fall upon the American public. It's our constitutional obligation in Congress to fund the federal government, and House Republicans are acting on that duty. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not. House Democrat leadership came out in opposition to this bill and spread egregious falsehoods about what this bill does and does not do before it was even printed. You've heard that before. Let's be clear, this bill will not hurt law enforcement by slashing cops' grants, nor will it zero out the Toxic Exposure Fund for veterans. Instead, it's a clean bill that will extend funding and certainty for the American people. This bill would maintain government operations while responsibly cutting spending.
Expired.
Gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Protect Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare recipients from unnecessary disruption and the confusion that comes along with a government shutdown, promote public safety, renew our commitment to supporting law enforcement officers, raise pay for our junior enlisted troops by the largest amount in 40 years, fund important nutritional assistance for mothers, infants, and children, and the list goes on. White House Democrats seem dead set on shutting down the government over their disdain for the commander-in-chief, no matter the cost to their own communities, and I am committed to passing this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this full-year continuing resolution. Let's call the CR what it is. It's a Republican majority abdicating our constitutional responsibilities. Republicans have turned over congressional power to direct funding to Elon Musk and President Trump. The Republican appropriations process for fiscal year 2025 has been a disaster. Republicans have had 18 months to write, pass, and negotiate these spending bills. They failed. The Republican leadership never wanted to negotiate with Democrats with their slim majority in the House. Would have required. So here we are stuck with a full-year CR, something that's never happened in the history of this nation. It's a complete failure to govern. Making things worse, the CR cuts $13 billion from domestic priorities that Americans rely on. I'll mention a few, like life-saving medical research at the NIH. Rent assistance for low-income working families are cut. Republicans failed to include $22 billion in advanced appropriation funding for the VA Toxic Exposure Fund. This jeopardizes the health of our veterans exposed to burn pits and, yes, Agent Orange. Community projects submitted by our constituents for police and first responders have also been eliminated by this bill. The Defense Department, the bill reduces DoD medical research by about 50%. It will obstruct the the search for new cures for cancer and infectious diseases. Republicans also underfunded military training exercises, which will mean the readiness for our troops will be put at risk. They cut DoD technology research and development funding, which helps us keep our edge over our adversaries. Simply put, this CR is a disaster, and it did not have to be this way. The American people deserve better, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on this Republican failure.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend and fellow member from Oklahoma, distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Weiss.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1968, a clean continuing resolution which funds government through September 30, 2025. I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are confused about what is in this bill and what is not. They keep talking about impacts to mandatory spending, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. That is not in this bill. Just because you keep repeating the same dishonest talking points doesn't make it true. This legislation continues funding and prevents a government shutdown, which would have a devastating impact on my home state of Oklahoma and communities across the country. We must keep government open so we can continue the America First agenda, which is focused on securing our border, unleashing American energy, safeguarding our nation, and rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. This legislation fully supports our vets and service members. It does not cut 1 cent from the toxic exposure funds or eliminate COPS grants. Continuing resolutions are not ideal, but we cannot allow for the distractions of a government shutdown, which is why I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this cruel betrayal of America's veterans, seniors, and working families. This one-year CR doesn't make rent or health care bills more affordable, which is what keeps my constituents up at night. Instead, it actually cuts housing aid that could force 32,000 veterans, domestic violence survivors, seniors, and people with disabilities into homelessness. And what does this spending patch do as we all now stare down the barrel of another Trump recession? It hands an unelected billionaire free rein to keep stealing taxpayers' dollars and paves the way for billionaires and big corporations to luxuriate in more tax breaks. This isn't a clean CR. This CR stands for cut and run. It lets Trump close hundreds of Social Security offices and fire thousands of workers who deliver our seniors' checks. It allows Musk to keep hacking into your private tax data. It puts critical Everglades restoration funds at risk. Worst of all, it lets Trump and Musk keep up their brutal assault on veterans and the people who care for them. It does it by eliminating $23 billion in guaranteed funding for health care for veterans exposed to burn pits and other toxins. We should debate bipartisan full-year funding bills that grow the economy and provide vital resources Americans need. Instead, this Republican cut-and-run bill turns Congress into a missing kid on a milk carton and cedes massive power to Trump. This is the same president who, in 2 short months, tanked your 401k and unleashed a job-killing trade war. Yesterday, the stock market just recorded its worst day since 2020. What really enrages me is that this cut-and-run bill sides with the most anti-veteran president in American history. Trump has fired 6,000 veterans, inflicted mass VA layoffs, and killed hundreds of veteran services contracts. Trump even plans to lay off another 83,000 VA workers, and on top of that, this cut-and-run bill makes even deeper cuts to the health care services for all those who bravely served our nation. Democrats are more than willing to back bipartisan funding legislation, but we will never sell out our seniors, veterans, and children like this cut-and-run bill shamelessly does. I yield back. Vote no.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, distinguished member of the Rules Committee, and gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma. My, how times have changed. How many times have we been sitting on the floor of the House listening to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle saying, a CR is the greatest thing since sliced bread. We must have the CR. Because when some of us were saying, wait a minute, Mr. President, wait a minute, President Biden, maybe we should actually secure the border of the United States instead of letting millions of people flood in and kill Americans and let fentanyl flow into our communities. So when we wanted to secure the border and we dared to say that the funding should actually reflect that, and we threatened to, hey, maybe we should actually have a fight on spending, my colleague on the other side of the aisle said, CR, we got to have a CR, our precious CR. Well, here we are. And what are we doing? Our colleagues oppose the CR. Why? Because we would have spending frozen for 6 months, down about $7 billion, but importantly, allow DOGE and allow our friends in the administration to continue to expose the absurdity of federal spending. How about $1.5 million to advance diversity, equity, inclusion in Serbia's workplaces? $70,000 for production of a DEI musical in Ireland. $2.5 million for electric vehicles in Vietnam. $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia. $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. This is what our Democratic colleagues are fighting for, to continue to fund absurd programs rather than do the common sense work of what we're trying to do to have more beds for ICE, secure the border of the United States, ensure that our defense is funded, ensure that we're able to hold spending in check so we can actually have a chance of saving this great country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
The gentleman confirms what we've been saying all along, impoundment. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Maine, the distinguished ranking member of the Interior and Environment Subcommittee, Ms. Pingree.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the ranking member for yielding me this time. I oppose this full-year continuing resolution and urge my colleagues to reject it. If we vote no and reject this CR, we can go back to work and negotiate a regular full-year spending bill. This full-year continuing resolution is not a responsible way to govern. The bill does not set funding levels for individual programs, and because it doesn't, it creates another dangerous opportunity for President Trump and Elon Musk to defund congressional priorities. And we all know what a disaster that has been for our country, an illegal, unconstitutional disaster. It is the duty of Congress to negotiate regular spending bills. This means that we actively decide on every individual program's funding level, and we make adjustments where necessary. For example, the Indian Health Service needs an additional $345 million just to maintain current direct health care services. This continuing resolution fails to provide those funds, so tribal communities will experience a lower level of health care service. A regular bill also gives very specific directions to agencies to carry out specific work. For example, in prior years, in the Interior Bill, we have directed the EPA to conduct PFAS research that will help farmers, ranchers, and rural communities manage the disastrous impact PFAS has had in places like my home state of Maine. Under this continuing resolution, without our direction, this administration may decide that work should stop. As ranking member of the Interior and Environment Appropriations Subcommittee, I'm deeply concerned that the Republican majority is giving the administration a free pass to abandon programs that protect the public from pollution, that safeguard human health, and that address the climate crisis. I urge a no, and I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
As the great George Costanza once said, it's not a lie if you believe it. And that's what we've heard today from my Democratic colleagues. A bunch of lies that maybe they sincerely believe. The reality is this bill does not touch Social Security. It does not touch Medicare. It does not touch Medicaid. Those programs are fully funded and protected. Our veterans fully funded and protected. Fiscal year 24 was a total of $1.665 trillion. Fiscal year 25, of which we are voting to complete with this CR, is $1.658 trillion. The reduction of $7 billion is because community project funding that has already been paid, already been approved as part of fiscal year 24, is not going to be double paid. So we are saving $7 billion by removing it, as it should be. Why would we pay for projects that have already been paid for? The fact is that we have to keep the government funded and open. Why anyone would vote to shut the government down is beyond me. And when Joe Biden was president of the United States, I voted every time to keep the government funded and open. And the idea that we're going to shut it down because the priorities changed, well, guess what? The administration changed. That's the reality of elections. Donald Trump won in November. Republicans won the House and the Senate. And so, yes, budgets will change. But the fact is that we have to keep the government open. And I would remind my colleagues, the reason we're in this situation is because Senate Democrats under Chuck Schumer passed exactly 0 appropriations bills on the Senate floor. 0. There was nothing to negotiate. They couldn't pass a bill. They refused to pass a bill.
An additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They refused to pass a bill. We passed appropriations bills on the floor last year. We were ready to conference. We were ready to negotiate. Chuck Schumer failed in his responsibilities. It's now incumbent on us to pass the CR through the House and for the Senate to do its job and keep the government open and funded. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Connecticut
We can pass
is
a 1 month. We can pass a 1 month CR and do that, and do what we need to do to keep the government open. There is an alternative. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Commerce, Justice, Science Subcommittee, Ms. Meng.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this partisan bill. As ranking member of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on CJS, I cannot stand by as the GOP slashes funding for law enforcement, the courts, NOAA, which includes the National Weather Service. This bill hurts our local police officers by taking away $247 million from their public safety technology and equipment. Additionally, it cuts $350 million from projects that support community efforts to prevent crime, improve law enforcement, to provide precincts with equipment to prevent car theft, and provide victim services. These are projects that Republicans and Democrats on our committee approved and agreed on. Furthermore, the bill does nothing to prevent this administration from gutting NOAA. As a result, the life-saving weather forecasts we all receive will be less accurate and timely. Federal funding cuts in the GOP's continuing resolution are dangerous to communities like Queens and so many others. This includes Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefit, which serve as a lifeline for millions of Americans. Let's be clear, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid are not entitlements. They are earned benefits that hardworking Americans pay into throughout their lifetime, so they have the opportunity to retire with dignity. Mr. Speaker, this bill allows the administration to fire thousands of employees at the Social Security Administration and close offices nationwide, which will mean long wait times and delayed benefits for families. For these reasons, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the House Appropriations Committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prevent any law or executive action from eliminating, restricting, or reducing access to these programs lawfully owed to beneficiaries across the nation. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady, without objection. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished chairman of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, Mr. Calvert of California.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend, the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole, who's done an excellent job of putting this continuing resolution together under difficult circumstances. The appropriators tried to come to an accommodation, but we weren't able to get there. So the best alternative we have today is this continuing resolution, which does good things for our country. It obviously keeps the government shutdown from happening. and the American people and to the American people and fully funds our core government services. But something that I'm interested in, and I think most members are interested in, is our national security. This continues to fund our national security. It makes sure that the young men and women who serve our military, especially our enlisted soldiers, who are going to get a historic pay raise, the highest pay raise they've had in 40 years. A lot of these E1s that come in and make $11 an hour, their pay is going to be put up significantly. This is something that I think would need to happen, so I would hope my friends on the other side of the aisle would not vote to diminish these individuals' pay that they need very much. This also supports important weapon systems, the Virginia-class submarine, the Columbia submarine, shipbuilding across the United States, our satellite construction, rebuilding the ordnance for the United States that we need desperately. So a vote against that would stop all of that. And so to me, Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely important vote for our national security. I would hope that everyone would vote for that, vote for the continuing our government, and to make sure that these weapon systems are delivered on time for the American public. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is reserves, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Let's have the 1-month CR that's been introduced as an alternative and do the business of the House and pass appropriations bills. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Ms. Frankel.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Well, I'll tell you why I'm voting against this bill. It doesn't lower any of my constituents' costs. Instead, it gives the Trump administration free rein to continue its chaotic, lawless dismantling of U.S. influence in the world, gutting nearly all our humanitarian development, security, and global health programs that constitute less than 1% of our federal budget. And these are not serious cost-saving measures. Instead, they make us less safe, less prosperous, less healthy. Counterterrorism programs halted, contracts with American farmers canceled, that children are left wasting away, bird flu, Ebola, and HIV spreading, education programs ending, all done without any thought or any reason. And the vacuum's left for China, Russia, and extremists to fill. We should not be handing this president a blank check to continue his harmful sledgehammer approach to how we spend taxpayer money. I urge a resounding no vote on this bill.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's a national shortage of more than 7 million units of affordable housing across America and more than 771,000 people experiencing homelessness. The CR does nothing to lower the cost of housing. That's what I was going to talk about for my 2 minutes, but after listening to this debate for so long, I think the significant correction has to be made. Programs are not fully funded and protected if you gut the agencies that operate them. Programs are not fully funded and protected if there's no one there to operate them. Under President Trump, spending bills have become a farce. He's not following the previous spending bills law that we passed. Are we saying, well, this time we really mean it? This time the president really promises he's going to follow the law. And that we don't get to the point where Article 1 is optional. Our constituents are asking us, however great you say this bill is, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, they're going to blame us because we believed you this time. And we believed a president who, when he gets in the room with the truth, a fight breaks out, as we have seen time again in the last month. So don't, with all due respect, don't tell us what's in this bill, how great it is, how we need to read it, when he doesn't have to follow it. And you don't complain when he doesn't follow it, and you abdicate your responsibilities on Article 1 and as appropriators. And I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the United States President. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my colleagues on the Republican side earlier asked what Democrats are fighting for. And I want to say I'm a proud Democrat fighting for America's health care. And I want to stress that this partisan Republican bill cuts American health care. This bill slashes funding for our community health centers, which provide care for millions of people, as well as our nation's teaching hospitals, which train the next generation of doctors. It fails to reverse the Medicare physician pay cut, which endangers access for seniors, especially those in rural and underserved communities. It also does nothing to stop Republicans' planned catastrophic cuts to Medicaid. Rather than voting on this partisan bill, we should be working together to lower costs and expand access to health care like the bipartisan agreement we had in December. That bill provided long-term certainty and funding increases for our community health centers, for our teaching health centers. It lowered drug costs by taking on unfair PBM practices and addressed the Medicare cuts to physicians. Unfortunately, Republicans walked away from this agreement because Elon Musk opposed
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady's reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you for the gentlelady for yielding. I rise today in strong opposition to this reckless Republican funding bill. Republicans claim this is a clean CR, but the facts tell a different story. This bill slashes $23 billion from veterans' benefits, turning its back on the brave men and women who serve our country. It guts health care, leaving families, children, and seniors vulnerable, and it slashes affordable housing, putting thousands, including veterans, domestic violence survivors, and people with disabilities at risk of losing their homes. If these cuts weren't bad enough, the Vice President said this morning that this administration will continue to refuse to spend money on programs they don't like. I will not vote for a CR that greenlights these dangerous cuts. Democrats are ready to fund the government, but we will not stand by while Republicans sell out the people we are sworn to serve. I urge my colleagues to reject this dangerous bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this partisan Republican spending bill because it guts the PACT Act and abandons veterans exposed to burn pits and other toxins. House Republicans claim to support the PACT Act, but their actions tell a different story. They're eliminating the funding for PACT Act recipients starting in October, cutting off critical health care and benefits for those who sacrifice for this country. Last Congress, Democrats forced Republicans to fully fund this critical program. Now Republicans are taking Elon's chainsaw to it, slashing $23 billion and breaking our nation's sacred promise to our veterans. Where you invest your money shows what you truly value. And by gutting this funding, Republicans have made their priorities clear. I stand with our veterans, I stand firm in our priorities and promises, and I will not stand by while Republicans rip them apart. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this partisan Republican spending bill.
Yields. The gentlelady's reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
I'm running out of time. Gentlelady is recognized.
This CR is an act of fiscal sabotage against the District of Columbia and abuse of Congress's power over disenfranchised D.C. This CR will result in an immediate cut of more than $1 billion from DC's $21 billion budget 6 months into DC's fiscal year. For the last 20 years, DC has been able to operate under the local budget enacted by DC for the next fiscal year for the duration of every CR. This CR does not allow DC to do so. Instead, the CR effectively repeals the fiscal year 2025 local budget enacted by DC, which DC has been operating under for 6 months, and restores the fiscal year 2024 local budget enacted by DC, which DC stopped operating under 6 months ago. This cut to DC's local budget does not have the federal government any money because of DC's local budget consists entirely of locally raised revenue. I urge voters to vote no.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
In that case, may I inquire how much time I have, Mr. Speaker?
You have 6 minutes.
I won't use it all, but I yield myself the balance of my time. You know, been an interesting debate. Been a lot of things said that are exaggerations, a lot of things said, in my view, that are fabrications. Let's talk about a few of those. There's nothing in this bill about Social Security. There's nothing in this bill about Medicare. There's nothing in this bill about Medicaid. There aren't cuts in nutrition for the poor. There's a $500 million increase in WIC at the request of the president. There's not cuts in housing. There's an increase in housing to try and adjust for inflation. We'd have been better off probably if we'd negotiated a deal, but that didn't happen. So, proactive thing. There's more money in here to take care of junior enlisted personnel. I don't think that's probably an article of much dispute. It certainly shouldn't be. And I can go charge by charge. Yes, on the toxic burn or toxic exposure fund, we're going to deal with that in the 26 bill. It's for 26. Everything's funded for 25. That's what this bill covers. It's an appropriations bill for FY25. So that's what we're covering here. We're going to deal with the 26 bill, and then we'll deal with that issue. I voted for the PAC Act. I believe in it. I voted for additional funding for it. I suspect we'll find common ground there. So there's a lot of, fireworks around this bill. Let's just talk about what it does. It's pretty simple, guys. It's a CR. It's a continuing resolution. Your own leadership came out against it before they ever saw it. Maybe that's why we have all these fabrications and hallucinations about what's in it. It's pretty short. It's 99 pages. Read it. Now, I'm sorry everybody didn't get their projects. I really am sorry about that. We don't do that in CRs. So the big cuts here are mostly the elimination of congressional projects. I think most of those are worthy. I support them. I actually support the reform some of my friend, the good friend, the ranking member, put in there. I think she did a great job for this institution. But we can't do them in a CR. We just don't do them. So people are upset about that. I'm sorry about that. But at the end of the day, there's only one important thing that matters here. You can vote yes and keep the government open. Whatever your problem is, whatever your concern is, it's going to be worse in a government shutdown, not better, worse. So whatever you're worried about, shutting down the government is not the answer to your concern. You're only going to make it worse. Keeping the government open is the right thing to do. I wish we could have gotten a deal, but we're not going to sit here and concede the executive authority of a Republican president because it upsets you. Not going to happen. We made that crystal clear, and I think that was the biggest thing. It wasn't a top-line number. We basically got to a top-line number. So we're here, and the government shutdown is 4 days away. So if you want to vote no and shut down the government in 4 days, if you succeed, that's your choice. I respect every member's vote. I've never voted for a government shutdown. I've always voted to reopen the government. I don't like government shutdowns. I don't think they work. I think you'll find if you succeed in shutting down the government, that it won't work very well for you either. It never works. So I think you'd be better advised to vote yes than to have to defend a vote to shut down the government personally. But actually, this body will not have the final say. It's going to go to the United States Senate, and you have the power in the Senate to shut down the government if you choose, because they have a filibuster over there. They have 60 votes. So if you're worried about it, just let it go over there. You've got the power in that body to do it. So if you want to shut down the government, your choice. But Mr. Speaker, I think the choice is crystal clear. If we took a poll on it, the American people were asked, do you want to shut down the government? The overwhelming answer would be no. Do you think you should keep the government open and keep working on our problems? That would be an overwhelming yes. So I choose to do what the American people want to do, keep the government open. That's what my constituents want. Maybe yours want to shut it down. Mine don't, and I suspect yours don't either. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would just suggest we set aside the rhetoric and the intense feelings and just do the right thing. And the right thing is to vote yes and keep the government open. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I urge them not to vote to shut down the government, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 211, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. The those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will read the motion.
Ms. Ming of New York moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1968 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The motion is not.
Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of H.R. 1156, the motion to recommit on H.R. 1968, and passage of H.R. 1968 if ordered, as well as passes on House Joint Resolution 25. First vote will be a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9, Rule 20, remaining votes will be 5 minutes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of H.R. 1156, on whether the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 2, H.R. 1156. A bill to amend the CARES Act to extend the statute of limitations for fraud under certain unemployment programs and for other purposes.
Question is on the passage of the bill. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 295, the nays are 127. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of agreeing on the motion to recommit on H.R. 1968, offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Meng, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1968, offered by Ms. Meng of New York.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. spoken. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 216. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The gentlewoman from Connecticut.
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 213. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the passage of H.J. 25, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 3, House Joint Resolution 25, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Internal Revenue Service relating to gross proceeds reporting by brokers that regularly provide services effectuating digital asset sales.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members record their vote by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 292, the nays are 132, one vote present. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question suspending the rules, passage of H.R. 706, which clerk will report title.
H.R. 706, a bill to improve the biodetection functions of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? So many of us in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the bills are suspended. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business on the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1692. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1692, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enable secure and trustworthy technology through other transaction contracting authority and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill? So many in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Gentleman will suspend. House will be in order. Any discussions or conversations, please take outside the chamber. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Republican Conference, I sent to the desk a privileged resolution and asked for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 213, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives: Committee on Ethics, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Garbarino, Mrs. Henson, and Mr. Moran.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to. The motion to reconsider laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 214, resolved.
Unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to. The motion to reconsider laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send to the desk a resolution, and I ask unanimous consent for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. House will suspend. Take conversations off the floor.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized. The gentleman is correct. The House will return to order. Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Raekwon Williams, a senior at Groves High School in Savannah, Georgia, whose resilience and work ethic has inspired many. Raekwon has faced immense hardship, losing his father at the age of 5 and his mother in December of 2024. Throughout these hardships, he has excelled academically, participating in dual enrollment studies at Savannah Technical College, never letting his circumstances define him. As a two-way lineman from the Groves High School football team, Raekwon demonstrated exceptional work ethic and dedication, earning the respect of his coaches and teammates. His perseverance earned him the Abby DeLoach Foundation and the Savannah Quarterback Club Scholar Athlete Award, which includes scholarship funds that will help him further his educational aspirations. Raekwon's story is a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the power of community support. Congratulations, Raekwon. We are very, very proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute without an extension.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to highlight the Agricultural Commodities Price Enhancement Act. Input costs for our farmers are astronomically high right now, whether it be fertilizer, seeds, or labor, not to mention the volatility of the current world food market. On top of this, the past year was one of the worst years for farmers in North Carolina between the impacts of drought and Hurricane Helene and other factors beyond their control. Our farmers need some certainty that they will be able to farm next year if their crops are not bringing in enough income to provide for their families. The Agricultural Commodities Price Enhancement Act directly addresses this by increasing reference prices for key commodities grown in eastern North Carolina and across the United States. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life and the legacy of Julie Ann McDonald, a lifelong Missourian from Savannah who recently passed. Julie Ann was a beloved mother and grandmother who touched the lives of many in our community. Friends and family knew her as Mimi, someone who put service above herself, caring for her neighbors, her community, and especially her family. She regularly volunteered at multiple organizations and schools. She was deeply involved in her local church, and she brought joy to her book club with friends that cherished her company. Throughout a 42-year teaching career, her compassion, leadership, and dedication touched and inspired the lives of countless students who had the privilege of learning under her mentorship. A rich life and a storied legacy, Julie Ann leaves behind her husband, Martin, her sons, Ryan and Scott, her daughters-in-law, Vicki and Laura, and her 2 grandchildren, Mackenzie and Jameson. My prayers are with her loved ones and with her family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call out a vile attack on an American patriot, Senator Mark Kelly of the great state of Arizona. Yesterday, unelected billionaire Elon Musk, who has never served this nation a day in uniform, called Senator Kelly a traitor for visiting our nation's ally, Ukraine. A traitor is one who commits treason. That consists of giving aid and comfort to an enemy. Ukraine is not our enemy. Ukraine is our ally. Mark Kelly has served our nation honorably from 1986 to 2011 in the United States Navy, rising to the rank of captain, having served 39 combat missions during the Gulf War. During his naval career, He was awarded 2 Defense Superior Service Medals, 1 Legion of Merit, 2 Distinguished Flying Crosses, 4 Air Medals with Combat 5V, 2 Navy Commendation Medals, 1 Navy Achievement Medal, 2 Southwest Asia Service Medals, 1 Navy Expeditionary Medal, a NASA Distinguished Service Medal, and an Overseas Service Ribbon. He only resigned his commission to help provide care and assistance to his beloved wife, who had served here formerly, Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, following an assassination attempt on her in Tucson in 2011. Words and statements have meaning. Elon Musk needs to be held accountable for his. And today, world leaders have resoundingly stood tall aside the nation of Ukraine in agreeing to a 1-month ceasefire. The United States has also agreed to lift the embargo on armaments and will be sending 1 month of armaments to Ukraine as the rest of the world looks to Russia to be cooperative in our effort to stop the killing in Central Europe. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring much-needed attention to an extraordinary ball player and young man and a ball hopeful. His name is Alberto Osuna. He was born in America, and he's affectionately known as Berto. He transferred to the University of Tennessee in January after an impressive career at North Carolina and Walter State Community College, where he knocked out 45 home runs and knocked in 140 runs over 3 seasons. Despite following all the necessary steps to secure eligibility to play for the University of Tennessee, the NCAA, in their infinite wisdom, has blocked his opportunity. Students at UT have painted the rock to my left here to show their support for Berto in hopes that he might play his final season with the Vols at Lindsey Nelson Stadium. He wants to do something for his family. This is what this is all about. And over a minute, I don't have time to explain it all, but this situation just isn't about Berto. It's about ensuring that student athletes are on a level playing field, Mr. Speaker, against the bureaucratic machine and nightmare that the NCAA has become and seemingly continues to let down student athletes they claim to serve. Just follow the dollars, Mr. Speaker. I urge the NCAA to take some serious action and grant Alberto the immediate eligibility he deserves and take the necessary steps to prioritize the well-being of their student athletes, ensuring that opportunities for success are not blocked by unnecessary red tape. Osuna left his whole life in Tampa to come to Knoxville and play for Coach Tony Vitello and the Vols. The NCAA needs to do the right thing, free Berto, give him the time he deserves. The Vols are stacked again this year, Mr. Speaker. They're coming off a national championship. They're winning again. It's not imperative that he gets on the team for them to win. It's just the right thing. NCAA, do the right dadgum thing. And I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary life of Gwen Robinson, a dear friend of mine, an incredible leader, an incredible human being. She was one of the first people I met when I got to Cincinnati, and she welcomed me in the way she did with almost everyone, immediately kind and immediately generous. There's a real argument to be made that much of what I've accomplished, what so many of us accomplished in Southwest Ohio, wouldn't have happened without her. She fought so hard for the children in the Bond Hill Head Start program that she helped lead, making sure each one of them had the highest quality preschool. It was part of what convinced me that every child in Cincinnati deserved 2 years of quality preschool. And when we said we wanted to do that, she was there every step of the way. She poured everything into helping us get the preschool promise passed. She did the same with the public transit levy a few years later. There aren't enough words to capture her impact. Gwen was a be missed by all of us. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, here's some truth. Despite many false claims, the continuing resolution we just passed does not cut Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, or veterans benefits, or any health care benefits at all. In reality, the CR was almost entirely the Democrats' budget bill last year. So the opposition today and their vote to shut down the government is a little perplexing. Mr. Speaker, here's what this bill actually offers. It gives our troops a 10% raise, provides $6 billion for veterans' health care, invests $7.6 billion into WIC for women and infants, $425 million for food delivery programs for seniors, among other things. And, Mr. Speaker, we're paying for it responsibly. We're repurposing $20 billion in excess funding from the attempt to increase the IRS by $80 billion last year. And we're redirecting $10 billion from the Commerce Department's slush fund, funds that were not used and need to be repurposed. This CR sets the stage for a plan for a new golden era for our country, and I was pleased to support it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to adjust the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago on their 50th anniversary and to recognize the enduring legacy of Gail Sankara, a fearless leader for housing justice. Gail understood that owning a home was not just about having a place to live, it was about stability, opportunity, and the chance to build a future, a better future. She took on fighting the banks against redlining and was a champion of the Community Reinvestment Act and never backed down in her pursuit of fairness for working families. During the early 1980s, I had the privilege of working at NHS to see how access to affordable housing could change lives. I saw struggling families become thriving homeowners. I saw struggling neighborhoods revitalized into thriving communities. NHS has shaped many lives. It certainly played a pivotal role early in my own formation. Our work is far from over. Families are still being priced out. Displacement and gentrification are still impacting families, and the access to these programs is under attack. So today, we celebrate NHS on 50 incredible years, but also recommit the fight to housing justice. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Last weekend when I was home, I saw a very good guy who was recently married. He already has 2 children. And he was all happy because he was buying a new house. He had to save up money for a down payment to do it. The thing I noticed, though, is that during the 2 or 3 years that it took to save for the down payment, he had to live with his in-laws, which was fine because he had a strong family, and that's the way it took to buy the house. It bothered me knowing that in other places in this country, people are just given housing. They don't have to live with their in-laws. And in essence, the government is treating them better than this example of a guy who was married and spent a couple of years with his parents. So I hope in the future that this Congress changes the rules so we no longer benefit or raise this guy's taxes to set up someone for their own house immediately. Thank you.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute in order to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, colleagues. The power of the purse belongs to Congress, not to the president. And this has nothing to do with our current president, Donald Trump. This is in the Constitution, and it's clear as day, and it's been affirmed over and over again by the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to have it both ways. They want to let Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, wreck our government with illegal cuts, but they seem to lack the courage of their convictions to actually vote on these cuts. They lack that courage because they know how toxic these cuts are. Deep cuts to health care, cuts to child care, cuts that help the most vulnerable amongst us. They won't even allow a vote on my amendment, when all it would do is to force the president to follow the Constitution. I am here with a simple request from my Republican colleagues. Abide by your oath. Stand up for the Constitution. Allow a vote on this amendment. Stand up for your own constituents and stand up for your own constitutional authority. That is what we are elected to do. That is why we are here. It is one of the main reasons we are here. Do not give our authority as Congress away to an unelected bureaucrat. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House chamber for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the great people of Youngsville, North Carolina, ahead of their 150th anniversary in celebration, on celebration of March 17th. Originally a railroad town and a community along U.S. Highway 1, Youngsville played a pivotal role in the growth of North Carolina's agricultural and rail industries, and in turn helped develop the economy of our state and our region together. Today, Youngsville mirrors her residents. It is a vibrant, a proudly patriotic community with robust growth across the board. And yet somehow, despite this growth, Youngsville has retained its character and heart while reimagining its downtown to meet the demands of an active community. It is no wonder that young families from across North Carolina and the region have flocked to this area. As its residents know, Youngsville is a truly special place and a treasure for the great state of North Carolina. Congratulations on this anniversary, and I wish you all the best in the next 150 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hazel Dukes was a lifelong champion for families and children in New York and across the country. Through her decades of civil rights activism, including as president of the NAACP, Dr. Dukes fought tirelessly to build a more perfect union. Dr. Dukes broke barriers as the first Black American to work for the Nassau County District Attorney's Office, where she stood up for Long Island communities that had been long ignored or underserved. As we mourn her tremendous loss, we take comfort in the fact that Dr. Dukes' legacy will continue to live on in those that she mentored and the countless Americans who have been impacted by her life's work. May she rest in peace. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Ask for the unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Jeremy Zivitz, a beloved father, husband, and a member of our community and a teacher at De La Salle High School in Minneapolis. Jeremy dedicated his life to teaching and touched the lives of hundreds of Minneapolis students over the years. Even in the midst of difficult health challenges, he never wavered in his commitment into educating and supporting his students. Generations of young people will carry his lessons of kindness, authenticity, and the power of connection. Jeremy saw education as more than just an avenue for teaching. He saw it as a place to help his students become their best selves. His students and colleagues alike remember him as a teacher who led with authenticity and heart. Our community will miss him dearly, and his legacy will live on. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and expand my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. What happened today is disgraceful. House Republicans have abandoned working Americans. They are taking housing and food from our seniors, children and families. They have abandoned our veterans, the people who have bled for our country so that we can be free. They have given this administration and its illegitimate mercenaries free license to gut agencies and services. And Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, the vote the Republicans took today is a shameful turn for this body. In the words of Danzalee Abernathy, the daughter of Reverend Ralph Abernathy, best friend to Martin Luther King and civil rights leader, We will not go quietly into this reality. The American people want you to fight back, fight on, stand strong for truth, justice, and equality for all. And Danzig and Oregon, I will continue to fight, and I hope you will stay with me in this fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House just voted to pass a radical partisan government funding bill. I voted no because it lets Elon Musk decide how this money is going to be spent by federal agencies. There's a lot wrong with this bill. This bill fails to lower the cost of housing and instead cuts rent subsidies for low-income Americans, including seniors and domestic violence survivors, by $700 million. This enables President Trump and Elon Musk to cancel transportation infrastructure projects already underway. These projects are reducing traffic congestion and improving subway systems. This reduces the emergency food program by $20 million at a time when food prices are on the rise. This allows Musk and Trump to fire thousands of employees at the Social Security Administration, and it cuts funding for health care for veterans who are exposed to toxins and so much more that is worse. We needed a bill that protects the middle class and makes life less expensive for residents in Westchester and the Bronx. This continuing resolution is the opposite of that. Remember, I told you so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to state that should now the House-approved full-year continued resolution become law, it will be a legislative tragedy for Northwest Indiana that will strip away specific funding for public safety and economic development. By not including community project funding requests approved by this institution in the House Appropriations Committee just last year, Indiana's 1st Congressional District loses $4 million in approved funds to support equipment and resources for law enforcement agencies, and $7 million in approved economic development projects, and reducing health benefits for veterans and putting at risk health care for seniors and children with complex medical conditions. The House majority has made Northwest Indiana less safe and jeopardizes our potential for economic growth and the ability to create more work and wealth, and put veteran health care and those veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits, Agent Orange, and radiation health care at risk. It is shameful that we have misled our local law enforcement agencies, local units of government, and veterans and seniors. I encourage my Senate colleagues to reject this harmful measure, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have consent to address the House for 1 minute. I extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in honor of Dr. Hazel Dukes, a lifelong activist, a champion for civil rights, and the president of the NAACP New York State Conference. Her fierce commitment to fighting for equality and justice is simply unmatched. She was a trailblazer in New York State and across the country, a renowned community organizer and a leading voice at the NAACP for nearly 40 years. She worked tirelessly for equity in housing, healthcare, and education. I remember sitting next to Dr. Dukes at a long meeting where we were standing for hours, clapping and cheering. I was so tired and kept trying to sit down, but she reminded me that it was a privilege to be there and to remind me to stand right back up. Her strength came from her compassion and love for our communities. The legacy that she leaves behind will inspire women, girls, and advocates across New York for generations to come. It was an honor to have known you, Dr. Dukes. May you rest in power. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. In recognition of National Nutrition Month, I introduced the Feed Hungry Veterans Act, legislation to permanently remove barriers to SNAP, often faced by veterans with work-limiting disabilities. According to the 2023 RAND report, 1.4 million veterans are food insecure. That is in part because many disabled veterans do not meet all of the qualifications for federal nutrition programs like SNAP. My legislation amends the definition of elderly or disabled for SNAP to include veterans with one service-connected disability rated at 60% or higher, or 2 or more service-connected disabilities, at least one of which is rated 40% or higher. With more than 1/3 of disabled veterans in the United States facing food insecurity, we must do more to support those who have honorably served our nation. The Feed Hungry Veterans Act is a critical step to ensuring veterans have long-term access to critical food assistance. With that, I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 11th, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Tuesday, March 11th, 2025 through Sunday, March 23rd, 2025 as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'd like to yield the gentlewoman from Minnesota as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to thank the gentleman and my fellow member of Ways and Means, the gentleman from Arizona, for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Moorhead boys hockey team on their first state championship, defeating Stillwater 7-6 at the Excel Center over the weekend. The 2A championship win was led by this year's Mr. Hockey, Mason Kraft. The team dedicated the game to their teammate Ethan, who passed away unexpectedly last year at the age of 16. Holding up his jersey throughout the game and bringing the jersey through the handshake line, the Moorhead Spuds have made their families, community, and the whole 7th District proud. Congratulations to the Spuds. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the East Grand Forks boys hockey team on their incredible Class 1A championship win. With what sounded like the entire community of East Grand Forks in the stand, the team defeated the St. Cloud Cathedral 2-1 in overtime. The East Grand Forks Green Wave has made their families, communities, and the entire 7th District so very proud, and I'm excited for all of you to hoist that championship banner back at home. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Warroad girls hockey team, the Lady Warriors, on their 10-year streak as section champions. These women from a small town in the northernmost Minnesota are part of one of the best girls hockey teams in the last 20 years. You have made your families and communities proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Praise Live in Osakis, Minnesota, on 40 wonderful years of broadcasting. For 40 years, Praise Live has been bringing hope and faith to people across central and western Minnesota. They have even partnered with stations in Guyana and Uganda and as far-reaching as war-torn Sudan to spread the gospel and its message of encouragement, faith, and hope across Africa. Thank you, Praise Live, for connecting with, praying for, and strengthening the Christian communities you are committed to serving. I pray for a successful next 40 years. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try something this evening. The thesis I'm going to try to sell tonight is that data is substantially a solution for us. And you go, huh? So I'm going to walk through a number of things that just came out in the new MedPAC report because, and look, I've only just started reading it, but there's a couple of interesting things. I'm going to try to walk through the reality of what drives debt and deficits like I do every week. I'm going to try to walk folks through some of the actual math instead of some of the hysteria that is modern politics where we make crap up because we don't tell the total details. And let's see if we can actually make any progress here on sort of the intellectual capital of this place. So just off the top of my head, Mr. Speaker, you've seen the stories of, the butchering of federal employees. Okay, let's walk through just some of the math. You got 3 million federal employees. If 77,000 have decided to take, the early retirement offer, let's see, that's, God, I should have, dear heaven, I should have calculated this before, is 3%, 3% of the federal population. I have a chart we're working on, did not make my stack, to show the growth in the number of federal employees in the last decade. It's a little rich how many folks run around here and they want more spending for their projects, or they don't want this, or they don't want that, but at the same time, they're lined up at our doors and want more spending. If I could come to you and say, guys, we're going to try to find a way to make the way we deliver services much more efficient, much more rational. So let's actually sort of walk through a couple of the boards. This is one we start with a lot. And the number now is a bit more dour. This board's a year out of date, but I didn't want to spend the money to reprint it. Do you see the blue portion? Okay, this fiscal year, it's about 25% of all the spending is in the blue. That's what we get to vote on. That's military. That's what we call non-defense discretionary. We borrow about, let's see, last year for every dollar we took in taxes, we spent $1.39. So functionally, 39 cents. This year it will be a little better. We think it will be only 36 cents for every dollar we take in taxes. So what that basically means is everything you and I as a member of Congress vote on is borrowed. But we have this reconciliation budget. It's one of the few times where we actually get to talk a little bit about what's in the red. But we don't get to touch net interest. Interest is interest. And some of the math coming in right now says interest this year, this fiscal year, could be about 1.1 to 1.2. I actually am a bit more dour. $1 trillion, making interest functionally the second highest expense in the federal government. Until this reconciliation budget makes it through defenses like number 4 on spending. So Social Security, interest, functionally Medicare, defense. But when you take a look at what we're even allowed to talk about in a reconciliation budget, and you know why we do the reconciliation budget, it's so we can get around this 60-vote rule in the Senate. So we're doing all this dancing and stuff because of the Senate rules. But we can't touch net interest, and we're not allowed to go near Social Security. So think about that. That area on that last chart I just showed you that was red, the majority of it we're not even allowed to talk about. We can't touch it. We can't do anything about it. So when you see the authorizations, that's actually why committees like Ways and Means and Energy and Commerce have such a lift. So what happens if I come to you and start to say, you have a country that's binging on debt. We're in extraordinary measures right now, so some of the daily debt calculations are a little screwed up. But before we went into extraordinary measures, we were in the $60,000, $70,000 per second every day, every second. If my math is correct and we come in at about 2.2 trillion, maybe 2.3 trillion of borrowing this year, you got to start thinking about that. So we take in about 5 trillion in tax receipts. We're going to spend about 7 trillion, meaning about 7.25% of the entire economy is borrowed this year. And if we don't get our act together, in 9 budget years, it could be 9.2% of the entire economy is borrowed. And I was just wanted to make the point, because I'd come here in the past, interest rates have fallen dramatically in the last couple of weeks, which, remember the seesaw? We've talked about the seesaw. When the economy is really strong, or there's a shortage of capital to borrow, interest rates go up, meaning the United States, we pay a lot more in debt servicing. When interest rates go down, that typically means the expectations of the economy are slowing down, meaning our tax receipts fall. So the middle of the seesaw stays the same. I saw some people getting giddy. Look, interest rates are down. It also means actually some of our modeling in the future quarters of tax receipts also are starting to fall now. So there's no free option anymore. But you've seen some of the discussions. Ray Dalio has been out there talking about, the heart attack of debt and what happens to other countries and the history of that. Going back, I think he's in his book, he's going back a couple thousand years. The United States, so here's functionally the world borrowing. China's borrowing about 17% of what we call the available capital for sovereign borrowing. Japan's borrowing about 10%. We're borrowing 40%. So we're about 25% of the world's GDP, but we're borrowing 40% of the money that goes to sovereigns. You got to understand the scale, the binging on debt. And when I get to the very last board, I'm going to show again the chart that just seems to upset people, but it's math. From today through the next 30 years, discretionary spending actually, according to CBO's 30-year model, actually ends up with it grows slower than tax receipts. But it's Social Security and Medicare. It's demographics. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat, it's demographics. Where it becomes partisan is the unwillingness to tell truth about the math, and then actually the creativity of how we disrupt the cost. So how do you actually find some of these things? This chart's a little awkward. I would have designed it a little different, but sometimes you're running around. The point we're trying to make is, here was the effective interest in 2014 to the United States. Now, all of a sudden, we're up here, and the actual market rate we expect in the future to actually continue to consume, meaning interest is our great fragility in this country. I've told the comment many times, at our current rate of borrowing, we've almost put the bond market in charge of this country. Because if you have to bring hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars to market every month, do you screw with your banker? In many ways, that bond market now is our banker. For my brothers and sisters on the left, who often want to attack the tax reform of 2017, attack tax receipts, I've done presentation after presentation behind this microphone using the stuff from the Manhattan Institute that basically shows if we do all the Democrats' tax hikes and then do the economic adjustments, often from Democrat groups, you get about 1.5% of GDP in new tax receipts. Okay, maybe we're going to be pushed against the wall and have to do that, but we're borrowing over 7% of GDP. So it's like on Social Security. It's common that the reframe is, well, just raise the cap. Okay. In 2033, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. Our brothers and sisters on Social Security will take 17 to 20% cut. We double senior poverty in America. And when someone says, well, just raise the cap, our model is in that next year, 2034, raising the cap only covers about 38% of the shortfall, and you've wiped out the cash and the other things you actually need to also save Medicare, which actually that trust fund runs out like 3 years later. So one of the reasons for this chart is trying to demonstrate something very simple, that back when, before TCJA, the 2017 tax reform, the actual projection of what tax receipts would be, so before the tax changes, we're right on track. You see the weird blip there? That was the remarkable amount of spending that happened during the pandemic. We actually just went back to nominal. So what happens here? What happens when there's this intense hunger to play this weird blame game instead of being willing to tell our voters the truth? The vast majority of debt this decade will be interest and healthcare costs, mostly Medicare. So one more contributions to the increase in spending from 2024 to 2035. Interest. So remember, why this chart is important. Let's put it in perspective. Baseline. This is actually with the taxes going up at the end of this year, just baseline. So following current law, not the clowns that actually run around saying, let's just avoid the law and just let's pretend what we spend, we spend. The law says we're going to borrow $22 trillion over the next 10 years. Okay, that's baseline. Here's the mix of that borrowing. 24% of that will be interest of the additional borrowing. Old age survivors, Social Security will be 31%. Discretionary, 13%. Other mandatory, 4%. And Medicare, 28%. Now, the fact of the matter is old age survivor Medicare have their own trust funds, except for the fact that within that 10-year window, at least this trust fund is now emptied. Are we allowed to talk about it? Are we allowed to do the moral thing here and maybe stop the doubling of senior poverty? But yet, the fact of the matter is maybe I'm an idiot for getting behind the microphone and actually mentioning the word Social Security because there's someone writing an attack ad on me right now for trying to save it. It's just the sickness of this place. So let's actually walk through a little bit. I saw a number of folks who actually have been attacking DOGE and the attempts to use data. Understand that some of the communication skills are haphazard. But if I came to you today and said, let's strip any partisanship, we need to find waste, fraud, abuse, modeling issues where we're doing things the wrong way, where we have models that are decades, sometimes decades and decades out of date, would you hire an army of auditors? An army of lawyers? Or would you hire data scientists? Turns out, several years ago, Congress started requiring agencies that send out payments, that cover healthcare costs, that send out checks, these things, start telling us your error reports. Okay, so for 2023, we think the reports come back at $236 billion of improper payments. Okay, that's a stunning amount of money. But that doesn't mean there's $236 billion of improper payments that have been stolen. There's a bunch of it has been, but it's more complex. And an army of auditors, it would take years to grind through this. That's why actually the miracle of technology right now, hire some data scientists. They're really expensive. Most of them actually I've met recently actually are bathing. That's both funny and shockingly true. I met one that is an MIT dropout. Apparently MIT wasn't hard enough for him. But that's actually what he does. And the failure to access data information. Well, it turns out a whole bunch of what we label as improper payments, we lacked data on understanding. So what happens when it's the data scientists that will help us grind through? I just grabbed this one because Treasury itself, not just CMS, all the other agencies, Treasury itself has $21 billion of improper payments. When you walk through what those were and why they were improper. They didn't verify household size. They didn't verify the qualifications. They didn't verify these things. That is basically data. So let's actually have a little more fun here. Types of improper payments. Okay, we actually estimate of that 36 billion. And actually, this is for 2024. The other chart was 2023. 135 billion are overpayments. Now understand, for a lot of those, that may come through CMS, a Medicare reimbursement. CMS has the ability, months and months, a year later, to try to recapture those monies. What we're trying to get the data scientists to build us models to understand, okay, if there's 135 billion of overpayments, how much of that comes back to us and how much is, we'll call it leakage, even though leakage is with a B is, and then there's, we have 12 billion unknown payments. We know payments went out, but there wasn't enough data telling us what they were. We had almost 8 billion of underpayments where we underpaid people. So you see what I'm trying to provide here is we know we have a problem. We've known we've had this problem for decades. For the last decade, we've been tracking the problem. And it's only been the last couple months we're beginning to tackle the problem and try to use technology to dive into what are these? What are these categories? And understand, some of this you'll notice the huge spike in improper payment amounts. That's actually mostly from the pandemic when we were pushing money, shoveling money out of this place like crazy. But we've been tracking this since 2014. It's taken to now to find the technology, to find the talent to start diving into this math. And why is this just so important? If you're someone like me who believes there's trillions of dollars over the next 10 years that we can save by just modernizing the way we deliver services, you first have to identify the outliers, identify what's going on. But why is this so incredibly important? You've got to understand what we're up against. Outlays of the largest mandatory programs are projected to massively increase. So let's be a moment of brutal honesty. This is 2025, this is 2034, so functioning 9 budget years. Social Security will have a 61% increase in spending. It's just that this is our demographics. And I'm going to try to explain these numbers a little bit more. Medicare will have almost a 78% increase in spending over those next 9 budget years. Now, there's a little more for this because this has none of the offsets. So I want to try to provide a level of brutal honesty. Remember, on like Medicare, on some things you have a portion of copay, those things. So, but it's still a 75% increase, but it goes from $2 trillion spending. So 9 budget years, Medicare itself will be a couple $1 trillion, just the spending on that. If you do the offset, the payments the senior makes, okay, that's about $400 billion. It's still a 75% increase in spending. What would happen if I could come to you and say, if we would use technology, if we'd modernize? So here's the MedPAC report that came out in the last couple days. Haven't read the whole thing, read part of it. Here's last year's MedPAC report. We read all of it, highlighted it, and we actually make our staff read it. Well, it turns out around here, actually reading the actual math and the concepts. So if I came to you right now and said, like in here, there's a whole paragraph that's saying there's something wrong in Medicare Advantage data. Now, MedPAC report says Medicare Advantage, really important program. We need to keep it. But we're going to have to dive in on how to modernize how it works. Because here, Coding intensity, they made the adjustments for coding intensity, but it basically says, translates into a projected $84 billion, or 17% of total payments, meaning Medicare Advantage coming at $84 billion this year, more than fee-for-service. And that's with the adjustments for, renal failure and other things. Look, and I've already started to have the MedPAC report fall apart, so if any of you talk to the MedPAC folks, ask them for better binding on their reports. So what would happen if I came to you right now and said, we can do things to fix these outliers in costs and never cut a service by changing the incentives? Instead of the incentives that the MedPAC report talks about of scoring people as sicker and sicker and taking that additional spiff spending, how about a system that says, why don't we incentivize the providers in this program to help our brothers and sisters who are seniors be healthier? And that making your population, helping them be healthier, is actually your profit. Is that heresy? I would argue that's just good design. And we don't have a choice, because last week, the Joint Economic Committee, we published a report. And I chair the Joint Economic Committee, and I appreciate we have remarkably hardworking economists, and we're trying very hard, but we're willing to go to places that are politically dangerous but mathematically honest, which is something that rarely happens around here. But we tried to touch on things like, how fragile is U.S. debt to higher interest rates? Fact of the matter is, I did a chart a couple weeks ago that showed if the United States went back to a 6% handle on U.S. sovereign debt. Now, you go, well, that's a lot higher than we're at today. Yeah, but go back to the early 2000s, we were right up against 6%. You do realize in 9 budget years, if you are at 6%, it would mean 45% of all U.S. tax collections go just to interest. We do a chapter here on the effects of obesity to our society, to spending, to longevity, to family formation. Last year's report came in over $9 trillion. This year, we even define it more to understand what happens when the single biggest spend in our society could actually be mitigated by helping our brothers and sisters in the country be healthier. Are we allowed to talk about that, or is that just heresy? Because once again, got to tell the truth, over the next 30 years, Social Security and Medicare represent all the borrowing. And it's like $116 trillion of borrowing. Discretionary, which we talk about a lot because that's where you find some of the really stupid spending, the shiny objects, is projected to grow slower than tax receipts. My point is, for everyone out there who wants to be enraged by the White House, enraged by those of us who are trying to find solutions, bring us ideas. Bring us actual math. Stop making crap up, but if you're going to give us ideas, actually maybe read your subject area first. You'd be amazed how many things we get, where if we just didn't have foreign aid, and we show the chart that it's a week of borrowing. Understand, you have a country that our baseline is going to be borrowing about $6 billion a day. How long do you think we can do that? So first, if we can find ways to do it better, faster, cheaper, read the actual reports that we've been given for a decade that actually have ideas in this, and be willing now to do the hard work of just using technology and data and modernizing. And Mr. Speaker, one of the insane things around here, when you meet many of the folks who are in our hallways demanding more spending, demanding more regulations, demanding more barriers to entry to protect their business model of their bureaucracy. They actually hate the discussion of modernizing. You're a medical professional. You know what you're doing. The fact of the matter is there's hope. I don't think there's a lot of more years we can wait, but there's ways to do this. How do we get this body, both our brothers and sisters on the Democrat side, that actually, if they'd be willing to work with us on saying, let's modernize. Let's embrace the technology. Let's do the things we know that if we were actually caring, just maybe not great politics, but it's really good economics and really good for the future of this country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues in the Democratic Litigation and Response Task Force for helping us with this various special order hours, discussing the Trump administration's various reckless actions. And tonight, I rise to bring attention to an issue that really should have all Americans on alert, which are President Trump's tariff policies. Since the beginning of this administration, American businesses, manufacturers, and families have been stuck in limbo as the Trump administration has repeatedly threatened, then implemented, then paused, then restarted tariffs, creating uncertainty and instability. The most recent policy shift, a 25% tariff on goods from Canada and Mexico, has been fraught with delays and exemptions, leaving American businesses, manufacturers, and consumers just stuck in limbo, not knowing how to react and how to make their plans. In fact, just this morning, Trump doubled planned tariffs on steel and aluminum from Canada to 50%. And then a mere couple hours ago, a spokesman from the White House said that the tariffs on Canada were back down to 25%. You know, who knows? In true Trump administration fashion, this is complete and utter chaos. But the truth is, these tariffs, no matter if and when they go into full effect, whether it's this week or next month, they'll all ultimately have the same result: higher prices for everyday goods and a less competitive U.S. manufacturing sector. In fact, a business in my district just let me know that it's a business that makes precision-formed steel tubing components. And they told me that the price of hot-rolled steel is up 33% since Trump's inauguration in anticipation of these tariffs. And there is just no way that they're going to be able to avoid passing these inflationary price increases onto their customers. According to an analysis from the Yale Budget Lab, if implemented fully, these tariffs would cost the average American family between $1,600 and $2,000 a year, with working-class families who can least afford it being hit the hardest. Prices would spike across the board. Electronics like computers, phones, and TVs could rise by 11%. Clothing up by 7.5%. Cars and auto parts up by 6%. Groceries up 2%, and with fresh produce rising nearly 3%. Oil and other energy costs will rise over 1.6%, making it more expensive for families to fill up their gas tanks and heat their homes. Now, Trump is trying to spin these tariffs as something that is solely a tax on foreign companies, but history and macroeconomic facts tell us otherwise. When Trump first imposed tariffs during his first administration, it was not other countries that paid, it was American consumers and businesses. Importers passed these cost increases onto their consumers, and domestic producers hiked their own prices in response. This made U.S. manufacturers less competitive worldwide. In fact, in the last administration, Trump's policies put us into a manufacturing recession well before COVID hit. And beyond hurting hard-working American families, these tariffs threaten the stability of our economy. Analysts from across the political spectrum warn that they could slash 2.3% from GDP by 2026, wiping out a lot of projected growth. Markets also reacted with great uncertainty, as they should. Stocks have dropped and consumer confidence is cratering. And for American farmers, many of whom are already facing mounting economic challenges, the situation is even more dire. The cost of critical supplies, such as fertilizer, fuel, and equipment, will skyrocket, making it harder for farmers to maintain their operations. You know, I was just at an event earlier today with corn farmers from the Midwest. And for example, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, Canada supplies over 80% of our potash imports, which are an essential component for agricultural fertilizer. Now, guess who the next leading producers are after Canada? Russia, China, and Belarus. Now, wouldn't it be better if we could import from our friends in Canada instead of Russia, China, and Belarus? Or does our president feel differently? In any case, with increased costs, farmers will be forced to either raise prices or absorb the losses, neither of which is sustainable in the long run. And besides rising costs, farmers are already facing devastating losses in international markets. China, the largest export market for U.S. food products, has already announced retaliatory tariffs on key American agricultural goods, including wheat, corn, soybeans, pork, and dairy products. Mexico, our largest corn export market, well, they know what they'll be doing because they did it last time. When Trump did various things to insult the people of Mexico and assault their economy, they simply stopped buying corn from the United States and began borrowing it from Brazil, buying it from Brazil. Brazil, by the way, gets 2 crops a year, which when you tell that to corn farmers in the Midwest, they react. So we're in danger of losing these markets permanently if Trump continues what he did in his last go-around on tariffs. According to the USDA, in fact, the last time President Trump engaged in a trade war, it cost U.S. farmers nearly $30 billion in lost sales and market disruptions. And so in an effort to keep the farmers' heads above water, $30 billion of taxpayer money was sent their way. You know, that's not what farmers want. For decades, American farmers have worked tirelessly to expand access to foreign markets, ensuring their products reach consumers around the world. These new tariffs will undo years of progress in expanding those markets, closing off opportunities and shrinking demand for American-grown goods in the foreign market, something which domestic consumption alone cannot compensate for. And finally, Mr. Speaker, manufacturing. You know, long before coming to Congress and long before my career as a scientist, I started a manufacturing company with my brother. And starting with $500 from our parents, we built a company that now manufactures over half of all the theater lighting equipment in the United States. It provides over 1,300 manufacturing jobs in the Midwest. We do hardware, software, painting, wiring harnesses, customer support, everything. And I'm very proud that we've kept those good manufacturing jobs in the United States. And that's why boosting U.S. manufacturing and creating manufacturing jobs here has always been a top priority of mine, and why I was so horrified at the damage done to U.S. manufacturing by the last set of Trump tariffs. So I watched with deep concern as the first Trump administration's tariffs and our other trade policies put us in a manufacturing recession a year before COVID even started. Once again, Trump is pursuing a failed economic policy that was going to do nothing to bring jobs back, but instead it will drive up costs, kill growth, and undermine U.S. manufacturing, the very sector that he claims to protect. Manufacturers will be hit with soaring costs. Many U.S. manufacturers rely on imported raw materials such as steel, aluminum, auto parts from Canada and Mexico, and these tariffs will increase costs across the supply chains, making it harder to produce goods economically and much, much harder for U.S. manufacturers to export their goods in a competitive world environment. So contrary to what Trump and the Republicans are trying to say, higher cost means fewer jobs. When manufacturers face rising production expenses, they're forced to either pass those costs on to consumers, further driving up inflation, or cut jobs in production. Studies have shown that Trump's previous tariffs led to job losses, not gains, in the manufacturing sector. American manufacturers will once again struggle to compete globally. By making essential inputs more expensive, Trump is weakening U.S. manufacturers against foreign competitors who are not burdened with these artificial price hikes. Not to mention, manufacturers will likely to be hit by retaliatory tariffs when they're trying to export their goods to the countries that President Trump has targeted. This is not America first. This is America last in the global economy. The last trade war was a disaster. Under Trump's first round of tariffs, manufacturers suffered as input prices soared, supply chains were disrupted, and retaliatory tariffs from other nations crushed U.S. exports. And this time, the consequences could be even worse. The truth is, there are no winners in trade wars, only those left to bear the burden of higher costs, lost jobs, and economic instability. Instead of strengthening our economy, Trump and his Republican allies are needlessly putting at risk, gambling with the livelihoods of American families. And so when the U.S. is threatened with a recession, you don't have to take my word for it. You can read the front page of the Wall Street Journal. It will be those policies who are to blame. And next, I'm glad to be joined by my colleague, Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury. As a representative of a southern border state, New Mexico, she knows all too well the importance of fair trade with Mexico for our nation's economy, and especially for working families' wallets. And with that, I now yield to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for convening this special order hour. And I rise today to talk about the real-world impacts of what's happening right now in our federal government, with the dismantling of federal agencies, the free fall of our economy, and the impacts that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are having on our communities. Because what is happening right now is not normal, and it is impacting our communities in ways that many do not even understand. Right now, real people are hurting. They are scared. They don't know what's going to happen. Today in my office, I met with members of a tribal council and leaders from a tribe in New Mexico who came to visit me. Like others, they shared stories about the people in the community who are frightened about what is happening. Teachers and educators in tribal schools who've been fired without any explanation. Critical federal funds that are on hold. And when they went to meet with the Department of the Interior today, they were told that even those who are in charge of the very programs that they were meeting them about didn't know what was happening. Back home, people are frightened. They are scared. They don't know if they're going to lose their Social Security, their Medicaid, or the access to life-saving care. A few days ago, I met with the largest food bank in the state of New Mexico. They distribute food to hundreds of food pantries, churches, homeless shelters, and individual families across the state. They told me that if the cuts to food assistance go through that Republicans are proposing in their budget framework, that the number of families, and especially our children and seniors who are currently facing food insecurity, will double. There is not enough support, resources, and infrastructure in the state of New Mexico to meet the need if these programs are cut. Our food system will do everything that it can to support our communities, but it will be more severe than even during the pandemic. And every day, I am hearing from constituents in my district who have lost their jobs. These are real people, real New Mexicans, thousands of Americans who are being fired every single day by this administration for no reason. These are not faceless people, but real members of our communities. A tribal school teacher who was told in the middle of the school day that she was being fired for no reason after she had taught for years, to pack up her things and return home in front of her students. Students who don't know if they're going to be able to finish the school year and graduate. No answers, no explanation, no follow-up for how she's going to support her son and her disabled mother at home. A veteran who was on medical leave, who returned to their job at the VA on a Monday, only to find out that they had been locked out of their email. And inside that email was a nameless, faceless dismissal, letting them know that they had been fired for no reason. A dedicated public servant who drove to work every single day, 60 miles every day to the VA hospital to serve their fellow veterans, who was never even notified as to the reason they were terminated. Just a mass email sent to thousands of federal employees across the United States. And just like the other veterans across my district who lost their jobs over the last several days, another veteran who served in the Army Reserves from 2001 to 2010, who also received that same nameless, faceless email from Elon Musk. A veteran who received an Army Achievement Medal, a Combat Action Badge, and other medals and achievements over the course of their service, who was fired with devastating impacts to their family, not only financially, but emotionally. These are the real people being impacted by this administration. An administration that seems to have no regard whatsoever for the thousands of Americans who are literally losing their livelihoods every day as a result. And while they take on these actions, while they dismantle these federal agencies, while they withhold the funds that literally thousands of organizations across the country depend upon to provide vital services across our communities, while they fire these thousands of federal public servants who have dedicated their life to service, including our veterans and members of the military, they are giving themselves contracts to replace the very programs and create new services that will give them more wealth, like Elon Musk at the FAA. They're talking about monetizing HUD programs. That's right, voucher programs that our lowest income family members and members of our communities depend on. They want to turn it into a monetary program that makes private companies money. They want to turn over mortgage markets to their crypto buddies. Well, that sounds like a good idea, right? And they're doing all of this against the backdrop of trade wars that are not only endangering the American economy, but endangering the lives of millions of Americans and making it more expensive. Now, the thing I ask myself is, what is the end goal of all of this? I mean, seriously, what is the end goal? Donald Trump campaigned for the last 2 years on lowering costs. He told the American people, if you elect me, I will make it cheaper and easier to live in America. And so I want to ask my fellow Americans, is it cheaper than it was 6 weeks ago in America? If you've been grocery shopping over the last several weeks, you are seeing that prices are higher than they have ever been. We're not just talking about the price of eggs and meat, it's everything. The price of housing, the price of groceries, the price of energy. Not only have prices not gone down, they've gone up. And now, because of these tariffs and trade wars, we know that everything is going to get exponentially more expensive. The raw materials that fuel American manufacturing and construction, more expensive. Produce and food, more expensive. Energy, more expensive. What are they doing? Why are they doing this? Why are my colleagues enabling this administration to harm the American people, enabling this administration to put harmful policies in place that are making not only more expensive for Americans, but tanking our economy? What is this all about? To what end? I ask my colleagues honestly, Mr. Speaker, to what end is all of this? What is the point of hurting real Americans? These policies are not making life better for real Americans. It is really about stealing from the working people of this country to make the wealthier more wealthy. And if you need any more evidence of that, then all you have to do is look at the budget framework that they passed here in this chamber 2 weeks ago. Now, a couple of weeks ago when they passed this budget, they pretended like we're just trying to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. And we're going to take those savings and reinvest it into tax breaks and help the American people. But as has passed over the last couple of weeks, they're not even trying to hide it anymore. Over the weekend, Republicans were on a blitz across the news media saying that they were going to gut Medicaid. They're talking about it openly now. They're going to cut hundreds of millions of dollars from the basic programs that sustain Americans. Over the weekend, Elon Musk talked openly about gutting Social Security. This is their plan. And what are they going to do with all of that saving? Quote unquote savings? They're going to use it to give permanent tax breaks to billionaires. That's it. That is what all of this is in service to. Taking from the people who have spent their lives serving this country, proudly serving this nation, proudly working to put food on the table and a roof over their head for their families. And they're going to give that money to billionaires. That's what this is all about. It hurts my heart. My colleagues passed their budget resolution, their budget CR this afternoon, and the vast majority of them are on planes back to their districts, where they are not going to hold town halls. Their leadership told them not to, because they don't want to hear from the people who are unhappy and being hurt by these harms to our communities. So I have to ask my colleagues, why are you even here? What is this all in service of? Go home and represent your people, and come back here and have a backbone to stand up for the Constitution and the people of this country, because real people are being hurt. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Sperry, for speaking today and to share how some of Trump's policies are going to harm your constituents. You know, in your state and near your district are national security workers, atomic scientists at Sandia and Los Alamos labs, who were fired and then unfired and are still being threatened with being fired. And I'm a scientist. I know a lot of people that are in that situation. And the damage that's done to our national security when you tell people that working at a national lab, especially a national security lab, is not a safe place in terms of being able to depend on an income to raise your family. that it does damage to our national security that can never be undone. It is not a small deal, and the fact that some 23-year-old kid with a software background is deciding they know more about the workforce that we need to make sure our nuclear weapons are safe and effective is about as bad government as you could even ever imagine. And so that's, and I'd also like to echo your questions about why does Trump do this? Why does he actually do this? The president's reputation, it's based on, as a great businessman, it's based on making a series of one-off deals. And he's a real estate deal maker, not a manufacturer, not a businessman who has real customers. And he thinks he's done a good deal when he uses all the leverage in his negotiation to make sure that he's really rooked his counterparty, his customer, to the extent possible in his real estate transactions. Now, I'm very different. I'm a manufacturer. And the last thing you want if you're a manufacturer is a dissatisfied customer. It's a completely different mindset. And the problem occurs when Donald Trump views our allies as people to be rooked, people to be insulted, people to use the leverage to get the most out of the current situation with them instead of trying to develop the long-term business relationship that is really the basis of the long-term economic security of our country. And that's my best understanding of why the president does these things. Because certainly he has his advisors that let him know that his policies are going to have disastrous economic effects. In fact, just a couple of nights ago in an interview, President Trump declined to rule out the possibility of a recession, which I imagine his competent advisors have been shouting in his ear for weeks now. As I said earlier, there are no winners in a trade war. There are only those who are left to bear the burden of higher costs, lost jobs, and economic instability. Instead of strengthening our economy, Trump and his Republican allies are needlessly putting it at risk, gambling with the livelihoods of American families. So if the U.S. indeed enters a recession, we will know who to blame. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 30 minutes.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. I appreciate my colleagues who are also members of the Border Security Caucus. For 4 years, we've stood here and exposed the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration. For 4 years, we've seen what happens when the America First border security policies that President Trump had put in place were thrown out. And in just over 1 month, we've seen what happens when those policies are put back in place. Since President Trump took office, ICE agents have arrested more than 20,000 illegal aliens. That's just in 1 month. By comparison, Joe Biden only had 33,000 at-large arrests for the entire year of 2024. And when Joe Biden was in charge, over 300,000 illegal aliens crossed the border in just 1 month. In President Trump's first month, illegal crossings did not even reach 10,000. The actual number was 8,400. And whereas Biden let all of those people into the country without proper vetting, some of which were known criminals and terrorists that we're now trying to find, under President Trump, people who illegally cross the border are stopped and immediately detained or removed. Because of President Biden's catch and release policies, every state had the pathologies of a border state. Because of this, immediately after taking office, President Trump charged ICE officers with cleaning up streets across the country by detaining the illegal aliens that Joe Biden had released into the country. And while they were attempting to prosecute him, President Trump, for bogus charges in multiple jurisdictions, the Biden regime was releasing actual criminals into every city in America. Tonight, we're going to be exposing the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies and President Trump's work to remove them. We'll highlight the tireless work of ICE agents tasked with arresting some of the worst individuals who have invaded our country. Despite being demonized by the mainstream media and organized campaigns to interfere with and prevent arrests, including by exposing personal information of agents, in just 1 month, those agents have taken thousands of violent and malevolent offenders off of our streets. In just 1 month, President Trump has put an end to the endless invasion of our communities by illegal aliens. It's my pleasure now to yield to my co-chairman of the Border Security Caucus 3 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Babin.
Thank you to my good friend, Andy Biggs from Arizona, and my co-chair. Really appreciate you having tonight's very important special order. Well, the truth is simple. The Biden administration threw open the floodgates, allowing murderers, rapists, and chaos to pour into our communities, all in pursuit of political power. They knew exactly what they were doing. Securing the border was never an impossibility, as they let the nation and us believe. It was always a choice, and for the last 4 years, the wrong choice was deliberately made. We were told that enforcement wouldn't work, that the crisis was simply too big to fix, but those were lies. Lies meant to cover up the fact that an open border was exactly what they wanted to do. They dismantled every tool that worked, inviting criminals to walk right in. And we saw the consequences play out in the most destructive ways imaginable. 15 million illegals entered under the Biden administration's watch. Tonight, you will hear about the evils that were unleashed onto our neighborhoods by the Biden administration, resulting in death and destruction of innocent American lives. How many more lives must be lost? How many more families must grieve before they admit their open border agenda is destroying this country? 100,000 Americans per year dying of deadly Mexican cartel and Chinese drugs that have come in over our open border. Hundreds of thousands of lost children from the child sex trade and human trafficking, murders, rapes, and pillaging from illegal alien gangs, swamped public schools, hospitals, and public services. But here's the good news, folks. The days of lawlessness are over, because on day one of the Donald Trump administration, we finally have a strong leader in the White House. And just like that, the border was shut down. All it took was that leadership and the will to enforce the law. The message was sent loud and clear. America is not open for lawbreakers anymore. Illegal crossings have plummeted. Deportations are back in full force. And as co-chair of the Border Security Caucus, I'm committed to keeping these dangerous criminals off of our streets. Working hand in hand with President Trump, with Vice President Vance, and leaders like Tom Homan, we're making sure that child traffickers, drug smugglers, and gang members are rounded up and sent packing along these last 4 years. This is how you put America first, folks. You don't make excuses, you act. You don't let criminals run free. You lock them up or send them home. You don't leave the border wide open. You shut it down and you take control. The American people deserve safety, not suffering. They deserve law and order, not chaos. They deserve leadership that protects them, not one that absolutely betrays them. And that's what Donald Trump and Tom Homan are delivering to us right now, and they are just getting started. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman who's seen in his own district time and time again the abuse caused by this out-of-control illegal aliens.
Man.
And now it's my pleasure to yield to my friend from Wisconsin, also in the Border Security Caucus, the gentleman, Tom Tiffany, for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to say thank you to the gentlemen that have led the Border Caucus, Mr. Babin and Mr. Biggs. Thank you so much for your leadership on this issue. It's as a result of your efforts that you continue to deliver this message to the American people of what a disaster this was going on in our southern border that caused this to be the #1 issue in the past election before the American people. And in particular, I want to thank Mr. Biggs from Arizona. The first trip I did after being sworn in May of 2020 was to go down to the southern border, and with a trip that he led with many of us, as he did so many times with so many members. I don't know if there's hardly any members on the Republican side that he didn't lead on the southern border to deliver the message. It's there that I got to meet people like Sheriff Mark Lamb from Pinal County in Arizona, Sheriff Mark Daniels down in Cochise County, who talked about back in 2020 about how the border was becoming secure. At the end of the Trump administration's first term, the border was becoming more secure. You visited them a year later, and they told you it was all deteriorating, simply because there was a change in the presidency. So I want to thank them for their leadership in regards to this. You have done a service to the American people, and hopefully we can fix this for the future. We just had a hearing this morning with a sheriff from one of the counties in Texas, a border county there, as well as one of the leaders of the Border Patrol Union. And they told us it is night and day since January 20th. Thank God we have new leadership in the White House, because the border is once again secure. So I would just say, remember when the media and Democrats told us that President Biden needed a bill to fix the border? That was a lie. As President Trump said last week in his joint address, all we really needed was a new president. If there's one thing that's been proven over the last month, it's that the Democrats' border invasion was intentional. President Trump announced illegal border crossings in February were the lowest in decades. February 2024 under Biden, nearly 190,000. 2025 under Trump, a little over 8,000. That's a 96% decrease without a single new law from Congress. The difference, real leadership. It's truly a shame that Democrats willingly let the killers of Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungare, and Rachel Morin into this country. It's also a shame they did not deport criminals like the one in my congressional district who killed Stephen Nashholm, a father of 3 daughters. Thankfully, President Trump didn't wait for excuses. He took action by putting Remain in Mexico back in place, declared an emergency at our southern border, sent troops to help the Border Patrol, put a stop to illegal crossings, and signed the Laken Riley Act into law to deport dangerous criminals. Gone are the days of catch and release, which have a completely different meaning where I come from in the lakes in northern Wisconsin. But President Biden had turned it into an illegal alien term where illegals who were caught at our southern border were released into the U.S. To be clear, the last administration chose to let America be invaded. President Trump chose to stop it. Now American strength is back and stronger than ever, but we cannot stop here. Congress must act now to ensure these gains are not undone by the next weak president in the White House. We must codify things like stopping birthright citizenship, ending catch and release, ensuring that ICE has the tools needed to carry out mass deportations, and preventing parole abuse permanently. President Trump is doing his job. Now it's time for Congress to do ours. No more excuses. It's time to stand up for America. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Appreciate his willingness. We have been to the border together. As everyone speaking tonight, I think we have been, except for Mr. Gill, who I've got to get down there with me because it's always fun. Anyway, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Thank you to my friend Congressman Biggs for holding tonight's special order and leading on this critical border issue. Since day one, President Trump has taken incredible steps to secure our border and protect the American people. These measures include ending catch and release, reinstating Remain in Mexico, restarting construction of the border wall, and cracking down on sanctuary cities. Recently, the Trump administration ended the taxpayer subsidization of open borders, meaning Americans' hard-earned tax dollars will no longer be used to support or incentivize illegal immigration. Additionally, the Trump administration has made great progress in carrying out its mass deportation operation. what used to be called the CBP-1 app to allow illegals to more easily come into the country is now the CBP Home app. And you know why it's called the Home app? Because it's good for a one-way ticket home for illegal aliens so they can self-deport. President Trump is emptying our country of illegal aliens. Promises made, promises kept. Border Czar Tom Homan and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem are tirelessly working to detain and deport illegal aliens. ICE agents, along with key assistance from local, state, and federal law enforcement partners, have already arrested and issued detainers for thousands of criminal illegal aliens, including murderers, drug traffickers, suspected terrorists, and MS-13 gang members. For example, ICE recently arrested an illegal alien in Atlanta, in my home state of Georgia, whose criminal history includes a conviction of 4 counts of indecent liberty with a child. 4 counts. This heinous criminal illegal has no place in the Peach State or anywhere else in our great country for that matter. I'm deeply appreciative of the Trump administration for taking criminal illegals off of our streets. My Northeast Georgia district has seen the devastating impact of criminal illegal alien crime up close and personal. Last year, Maria Gomez Perez, a 12-year-old girl, was abducted in Gainesville, Georgia by an illegal alien. Thankfully, she was rescued and found in Ohio. Days before the 2024 election, Mimi Rodriguez Ramirez, a 25-year-old mother, was murdered by an illegal alien from Mexico, and that happened in Habersham County. And just outside my district, Laken Riley, the 22-year-old nursing student, was brutally murdered by an illegal alien in Athens, Georgia. President Trump is working to prevent these tragedies from devastating additional families and communities across our country. I applaud his work to make America secure, safe, and great once again. Thank you, and I yield back to my friend from Arizona.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Georgia. And now I am privileged to yield 3 minutes to my friend from Indiana, who I took, and I'll always remember him going off with Art Del Cueto and leaving the rest of us in a car stuck with a bad tire and stuck in the dirt as we were down on the border. But it's good to see that you made it, Jim. So I yield 3 minutes to Mr. Baird.
I thank my good friend from Arizona. I'm also see that you got back, and I appreciate that. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, under the Biden administration, our borders were wide open, with record numbers of illegal immigrants and deadly drugs flooding across our border. Under President Biden, every single state became a border state, including Indiana. These include dangerous criminals that ties to gangs such as the Trade Argo and the MS-13, who have committed horrific crimes and vicious attacks against innocent Americans. Last year, an illegal immigrant with ties to MS-13 stabbed a teenage girl in the hand at a baseball game in Lowell, Indiana. After an extensive search, the culprit was found and arrested. I thank law enforcement officers for their hard work to find and arrest this criminal. Under President Trump, we have swiftly returned to common sense border policies, and illegal border crossings have plunged to a record low. In January 2025, there were 61,465 illegal border crossings, down from 176,000 in January of 24. Just last month, illegal crossings at our southern border plummeted to the lowest level on record. President Trump has sent a message loud and clear to border is closed, and his strong border security policies are working. House Republicans are working with the president to implement his agenda to secure our border and keep Americans safe. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman who's also a member of the Border Security Caucus. Thank you for being with us tonight. And now it's my pleasure to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, another border state, a newcomer who's setting the world on fire, Mr. Gill.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 4 years, Joe Biden and the Democrats have inundated American communities with massive numbers of violent illegal aliens who are murdering and raping and torturing and pillaging our people on our soil. And the entire time they did it not by accident, but as a deliberate policy decision to open up our borders and flood our country with people that they believed would be future Democrat voters for life. It was also, we have to remember, a part of a policy that was done with the approbation of a cheap labor lobby who wanted to import millions of people who would act as a virtual new serf class of laborers to reduce American working class wages in this country. The consequences of this were absolutely catastrophic for the American people. Almost 15 million illegal aliens, perhaps more, depending on what estimates we use, have come into this country. Thankfully, this nightmare is finally over because we have a president who actually cares about the American people. We have a president who doesn't make excuses, a president who doesn't tell us lies like the executive needs to rely on new laws to enforce our border, a president who actually just gets the job done. His border enforcement efforts have caused known gotaways to fall by 93%, with an average of just 132 a day right now. And even as this nightmare in our country is finally coming to a close, we've got colleagues on the other side of the aisle right now who are facilitating this invasion as best they can and going back to their districts and helping protect illegal aliens who have no business being here in the first place and teaching them how to evade ICE detection. Absolutely disgusting, Mr. Speaker. We have got to codify President Trump's border policies into law so that we cannot let the other side of the aisle unleash the same kind of hell on our country that they did over the past 4 years. We've got to codify every single executive order, including his Remain in Mexico policy. I've got a bill, the Remain in Mexico Act, that would do precisely that. We've got over 100 co-sponsors. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to bring this bill to the floor. This is what the American people want. This is what the president wants. And I think we need to act fast. So with that, I yield back and thank you guys very much.
I thank the gentleman. I thank him for his passion and he's right. We do need to codify President Trump's policies because we cannot ever go back to a period of time like we just experienced under the Biden regime. So the Trump policies are a product of understanding what needs to happen. The mere fact that Donald Trump was elected almost immediately terminated the onslaught of people crossing our border. Let me give you an example. When I was meeting with the new Border Patrol chief, Chief Banks, and I asked him what's going on. He said, Andy, 3 caravans turned back yesterday. That is what happens when you enforce the law. People who are going to break the law, they stop breaking the law. So when I was down at the border just a few weeks back, I wanted to compare. So I went to a place where I knew we had regular flow of illegal aliens crossing the border. It was eerily quiet when I was there. The only thing that we saw and noticed on the southern side of the border were the watchers, the scouts. All of a sudden, they saw us, they came out, they were watching and observing us. But let's talk about some of the people that have come in under the Biden administration's terrible, terrible, and dangerous anti-American policy. First is Eduardo Domingo Renault Matu. Some call him Turco. In the sanctuary city of Los Angeles, federal agents arrested Eduardo Domingo Renault Matu, also known as Turco, who's charged with running one of the largest human smuggling organizations in the country, spanning 5 years and smuggling in around 20,000 illegal aliens, largely between L.A. and Phoenix. And just so you know, the last number was about $10,000 per person that he was smuggling. A co-defendant of his was also charged with threatening to behead a Homeland Security investigations agent and his family while authorities were conducting a search of his home. Charges against them, he and his co-defendant, include hostage-taking, transporting aliens into the U.S., and transporting aliens for private financial gain and resulting in death. Illegal aliens were charged, in some instances, more than $15,000 for transportation, and if they couldn't make the payment, they were held as hostages in stash houses in L.A. and Phoenix. So let's take a look at someone else. Let's see if we can find Wilmer Giovanni Fuentes Benitez. On February 2nd, ICE officers in Philadelphia arrested Honduran national Wilmer Giovanni Fuentes Benitez, who was previously deported 3 times. This time he was also arrested for resisting arrest and battery of a police officer. These are the people that my friends across the aisle say should be allowed to remain here in these sanctuary cities. ICE agents in Omaha arrested a member of Tren de Aragua who had spent 7 years in a Venezuela prison for robbery, resisting arrest, and unlawfully discharging a firearm. In Newark, New Jersey, ICE agents arrested Fernando Hernandez Martinez for 2 counts of child molestation. We have another poster. This is Jose Roberto Rodriguez Urbina. On January 22nd, ICE agents in New York City arrested El Salvadoran national Jose Roberto Rodriguez Urbina, who is wanted in his home country on extortion charges. This is what happens when an administration does not properly vet people they let into the country. Criminal fugitives see the U.S. as a safe haven from justice, and they abuse the parole statute. They literally granted parole to millions of people when the very purpose of parole never saw more than 25 or so people admitted into the country under parole, but not under the Biden administration. In St. Paul, Minnesota, another individual was arrested by ICE agents, Victor Covarrubia Ozuna, for sexually assaulting a child. Another, in San Francisco, California, ICE agents arrested Edwin Davila Galvan for lewd acts with a minor. We have another poster. On January 27th, ICE agents in San Diego arrested an Afghani who had an existing removal order and was a known or suspected terrorist. Despite having a removal order, the Biden-Harris administration and Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas could not be bothered to deport this suspected terrorist. He was roaming our streets and had to be captured by ICE agents. We have another individual, another poster. No posters, okay. On February 5th, ICE officers in Harris County, Texas, arrested Mexican national David Gonzalez Martinez for aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury. Gonzalez has illegally entered the country at least 4 times and was removed from the U.S. in 2001, 2008, and 2015. He was previously convicted of voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault with a weapon, drug possession, and illegal reentry. On January 27th, ICE agents in Brockton, Massachusetts, arrested Guatemalan national Edilio Agustin Ariana. Agustin is charged with 5 counts of assault with a dangerous weapon, 3 counts of kidnapping, and armed home invasion. He has a record with ICE going back as far as 2002, when he was first arrested for illegally entering the United States. 4 minutes. These are the types of individuals that are currently being arrested by ICE under the leadership of Tom Holman. These are the types of individuals that are being protected by sanctuary cities. When we had recently a hearing, we had the mayors of 4 of these sanctuary cities in. All of them said, but we cooperate with ICE. We don't keep people from being deported, or we don't stop handing them over, but they do. They release them in the parking lot. Let me read you the statutes that they're violating. Here's one. 8 U.S.C. 1373A, notwithstanding any other provision of federal, state, or local law, or federal, state, or local government entity or entity may not prohibit or any way restrict any government entity or official from sending to or receiving from the Immigration and Naturalization Service information regarding the citizenship or immigration status, lawful or unlawful, of any individual. You cannot do it. There's not even a culpable mental state required. You simply can't restrict it. But the sanctuary cities are preventing ICE and the immigration officials from getting this information. Here's this one. This is 8 U.S.C. 1324C. In conducting investigations and hearings, immigration officers and administrative law judges shall have a reasonable access to examine evidence of any person or entity being investigated. But when the sanctuary city mayors say you can't cooperate with ICE, they're violating this statute. They have criminal culpability. And also you'll see there's no culpable mental state. There's no requirement that they intentionally or willfully, knowingly do it. It's a per se statute. They're violating this. They have criminal culpability. The sanctuary cities also have culpability on this. Any person who knowing, now you have a culpable mental state, that a person is an alien, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, conceals, harbors, or shields from detection, or attempts to conceal, harbor, or shield from detection, such alien in any place shall, for each alien in respect to whom such a violation occurs, be fined, imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both. Now, I want you to understand something. What you have here is you have mayors telling their police chiefs and their officers, don't hand these people over. Don't hand them over. And there's no distinction between civil or criminal. And when they do that, they know that they're concealing. That's a penalty. That's a criminal sentence up to 10 years. They're violating the law. They need to be prosecuted. And I'm calling on Pam Bondi, the new Attorney General, and I'm also calling on Mr. Holman to make that happen. With that, Mr. Chairman, I tip my hat to Mr. President Trump. What he's done just by enforcing the law has actually secured most of our border. With that, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. Friday, March 14th, 2025.